Welcome
Hey,
everyone to this week's Yeti Weekly, brought to you by Serene Productions. My name is NEETfull, and joining me today is PerfectKalcium. How are you today, Calcium?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Both of us coming off of not going to Boston, kind of missing that
Oh
FOMO,
yeah, no,
of
it's
just not being
that's
there.
I'm so tired from not traveling, not having to play a whole bunch of rounds. That's it's my yeah. That's I'm not very fresh for this. Fresh off my not the plane.
Oh, listen, it is a I will say watching I did watch it live almost the entire way through if I could. And I think the first time that I loaded it up and I just saw this, like, I looked at the screen and saw level 3 Vanitas. I'm like, what's going on? Hold on.
Ooh,
What
that
are they
was
what are they doing?
I was the same. I came in around the second half and I went, "What's everyone talking? Oh no, oh no."
It was kind of one of those things that I was like, what is this? And then they followed up with, oh yeah, this is the chess club pickle sword Vanitas list. I'm like, of course pickle sword is the one who made this. And not a
Yeah.
bad way. Man, his decks are just like,
Oh,
when you
they're
see
great.
him, you're like, yep, that's a pickle sword list.
It's the kind of thing where you take a look and you go, I don't. Never mind. I understand. I get it. This is genius, and I'm not a genius. Like this is so good.
Oh,
So yeah,
it was so much fun. Have you gotten to play it yet? Have you gotten to do any like games or play
yes,
testing on it?
I did get some games in yesterday on it, and I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely felt bad. I was just like, wow, I am so sorry that this is happening to you, but also I'm gonna keep punching you.
We did a couple of testing, and we did it into some lists that were like we think are pretty decent into it, because there's
Mhm.
definitely like playing a fluffy
Oh
shopkeeper,
yeah,
playing some defense
100%.
is very good into it. But we kind of put it up into we put it into a FISA, we put it into I put it into Slime Sylvie to see how it was. Man, getting hit with Slime Sylvie when I don't have a silver out, I'm just like, hmm, Sylvie level 2 for 3? Yeah, I don't know about that, dude.
Yeah, I
I'm not
don't
feeling good
still
about
be into
that.
that deck's not gonna be fun. I can I can tell you that without even testing. But yeah, no,
No,
I
no.
got the chance to play it, and it's really fun. People does Tommy just sent me horse emotes after, and I was like, okay, yes,
And the fact the name got horse and taxes, I was like, all right, all right, I'm down. I'm down for
oh,
this list.
absolutely, yeah. It's intriguing. If you haven't looked at a lot of Grand Archive deck lists where we have some pretty long names for deck lists, and I think that's actually kind of fun. But this one being named horse and taxes, I think you have to take a look, right? If you're into Grand Archive or not, you're like, what does this deck mean?
Oh, and that's yeah. As soon as you see it, you're just like, all right, I gotta take a look at it. I gotta have some fun with it. And it okay. And something else that I think was really really cool about this event is we can brag a little bit. Both of us being from Texas, we had a
Oh,
pretty good showing here from Texas as well from that. Oh, and
absolutely,
we are actually up. So
very proud of our
uh,
boys. So let's take a look.
we have this one is going to be Win Tristan versus the little known Mad Hatter champion.
That's definitely a way to say it. This is something where we're actually not going to see, if you're new to Grand Archive, or if you've only seen the game a few times, obviously you're gonna be, asking yourself, well, what's the champion on the Mad Hatter side? And you can see here, there is no champion. We've listed Mad Hatter here for the champion because of how integral that card is to that deck.
Yeah, and 100%, this is a list that is not going any champion at all. This is something that we've seen kind of come out early into this meta, and it's kind of like the deck has become a little bit more, I don't want to say greedy, but in a way, it has become more and more greedy as we've seen the deck kind of progress and evolve. And the idea with this list is you just go Wind Spirit, and you are going to play Mad Hatter, and you are going to play this gamble of I'm going to banish a random card from my material deck, and if that is not my new Ranger boots, then I'm probably going to win the game because I'm going to hit you for somewhere between 19 to 23 damage in some case scenarios. And it's pretty nuts when it goes off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one thing there is we do see the Looking Glass out, and that allows us to bring in our Ranger Strides, which are the new distortion boots. And so that allows us to, go ahead and give our Mad Hatter an extra distant 4, and that'll make a huge difference when it comes to that damage. It looks like
Oh,
the
for
player's
sure.
picking
And
up their
it's
life there.
and we have and we're definitely seeing here with especially going with this looking glass. I believe as well. I think I saw the inert sword also sitting in the list because I did see a Cheshire cat also sitting in there, which is also another addition to this list that I actually really like because not only is it difficult to deal with a dude swinging at you for what is essentially 9, it's even harder when that has a stealth and it has Spell Shroud.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in fact, Axis going ahead and running 2 Cheshire Cats. So let's
And
see
we are
here.
seeing the
Uh,
Drought of
Drought of
Stamina come
Stamina.
out. It's actually a
Yeah.
really cool thing about this card is with this is being able to sacrifice wake up an ally. Very common we see things like second wind where we attack, wake up the ally, go attack again. One of the big things as we're talking about Cheshire Cat is because it does have Spell Shroud, there are some limitations into the deck, and there are some things, especially if you're not going to go level 1 champion, you don't really get the attack card that lets you wake up. So this is kind of another way that's the deck to just say, I'm going to put out this card, sit it on the board, and get another wake up interaction to be able to make sure that when I get that big ally, when I'm going to be swinging for that 7, 8, 9 damage on just one ally, I want to do that more than once. And so being able to stack up these potions, be able to do that is a really nice addition to this deck.
Yeah, definitely. And so, previous versions of this deck did use Lorraine in order to use Rallied Advance as well as Second Wind. I'm just checking here real quick. Yeah, okay. We still do see, of course, 4 second winds. We're not going to get the class bonus on that, but that's another way that we're, looking to go ahead and wake up our allies. Uh,
And we see
First blood.
Tristan here,
Yeah, Tristan.
very likely knowing now, seeing that potion come out, kind of like could be something I have to worry about. So we will probably see the Tristan try to probably shoot for a level. Probably hopefully get some defenses out here because this is one of those decks where you kind of have to respect it. You can't just kind of let this deck go off and do its own thing, especially early on in the game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting, especially seeing that drive stamina, choosing the backup charger to sort of take a turn off and gather another extra card. Uh, Perhaps there is the safety of a Veiling Breeze. We do see the Wind Bauble coming out with a Fairy Whispers. And take a look.
I think I believe we should have
Oh,
had an attack. I just don't think the damage got recorded because it's tapped sideways. Yep,
yes.
there we go.
Yeah, the Windbless Lookout. Okay, there we go. That Windbless Lookout did go in for 1 to face. And that's fine.
Showing
Fairy Whispers and a Fairy
another Fairy
Whispers.
Whispers coming out. That
Classic
beautiful
move.
SP Fairy Whispers.
Going to crack our Wind Bauble. So seeing 2 cards that we liked, and we're going to play our Fairy Whispers here. All during Recollection, of course. So this is the power of wind, seeing this from both sides. Just that really nice draw and filter engine. And
Yeah,
so
and you
what,
can
what are we
definitely
looking for here?
at this point we're definitely trying to set up the combo pieces. So we're probably looking for abilities to for one, there's actually one of them. We
There,
want to be
yeah.
able to give our allies ranged is the big piece to this. One thing about this deck and the way this deck operates is, as we talked with the Strider boots, you are giving range 4, but if your ally is not distant, you're not getting any bonus. That text is pretty much useless without the other side of that. So we're likely kind of digging for multiple ways to kind of stop interaction with opponents, multiple ways to ready up our champions, like second win we're seeing now. So kind of just setting up these combo pieces to hopefully just kind of go for this one turn kill and just be done with it. And that's kind of what we're digging for. And we saw a little bit earlier with the Fairy Whispers, where we saw the Fairy Whispers trigger and didn't play one right away. The second one actually drew it to hand and drew the bauble. So there's very likely that second card that he saw might have been a Mad Hatter. So he didn't want to risk losing the win cards and wanted to see more. So very likely a Mad Hatter may also already be in his hand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We did see an Aether's Embrace coming in, so that is one of the key cards of this combo. Able to keep your Mad Hatter alive as well as becoming distant on your opponent's turn. So let's see. Of course, looking for a Mad Hatter. We could see a few other allies, though, that, make it not too bad, including things like Lube. So let's see what's played. 3 down.
We can definitely tell. You could tell the Tristan player as soon as he kind of saw the reveal on that, he's like, "All right, I know what's happening now. Not happy about
Yeah.
it, but
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get I believe that's a Concealed Marksman.
I believe
So this is
so."
very strong here. Yeah.
Another big hitter for the deck.
Another big hitter.
I
Yeah,
think
that range 4.
that range adds up very quickly in this deck, so it's something to not really laugh at. Just kind of pushing one here, and I definitely can tell we definitely wanting the setup here. What Axis really kind of wants the make your opponent do some interaction with your board, save it, get distant, and then kind of just go all in on his turn. It's probably what we're seeing. Because the longer this game goes, in this matchup, the harder it's going to be for Axis to try to close out the game. So Axis is really going to be looking for the kill here as quickly as we can.
Yeah, one thing with Reflect seeing that Aether's Embrace as well as this Concealed Marksman, uh, of course, going to their turn, they know that the Aether's Embrace is likely to get played, making Concealed Marksman not only distant for the next turn, but also, on their turn, giving it +2/+2 to become a 3/5, which is, I think, a little difficult for this Tristan to walk over. Fairy Whispers revealing a Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, we
And
as we see in the chat, can we get a count of how many Fairy Whispers have been played by both players at this point?
I believe it is 3, but let's take a look. Reflect, probably looking to go ahead and level up here. Although I do see the boots sort of forward there. And yeah, okay, yeah. Windwalking
No,
boots coming out.
we're staying on Spirit. We like I'm not scared.
If your opponent is going to stay on Spirit, maybe you just stay on Spirit, right?
Well,
It's
we
not
have
a
bad
huge
news.
deal.
We have bad news for this matchup then, if that's the case scenario.
Yeah, that drought of stamina definitely makes it very unattractive, unfortunately, to stay on Spirit. We're going to go ahead and show 2 cards, presumably for the Windmill Engineer. Yep, there we go. Surveil the Winds, as well as a Stifling Trap. The SP3 Stifling Trap. Card drawn to memory. And let's see. Windblast Lookout coming in for 1.
Poke the 1, make it easy.
2. Okay, yep. Spirit and Windmill Engineer. Bumping Axis up to 3. 4 cards in hand left.
Which even
So,
here, so if he does have a Veiling Breeze in
yeah.
hand, he is even just the Veiling in hand, he's going to be able to prevent at least 4 right now, which is a huge hefty chunk. Yep, and we're seeing those Strider boots hit play. Asking his opponent, "Hey, this cool?"
Disney Ranger Stride. So those do cost 1, but you'll get a card back. Zephyr going out. And all right. So for those who are unaware, Ranger Strides do draw a card and enter, as well as you can banish them in order to make a Ranger unit. So any unit, ally or champion, gain a range 4, and range does stack. So the 4 ranged currently on the Concealed Marksman, there we go, becomes active here because Aether's Embrace allows it to become distant. And if we banish the Ranger Strides, it'll actually become ranged 8 for the turn.
Yeah, but we're seeing, looking at the hand here, kind of starting to debate, do I interact with this now? What are my options? Which this is actually kind of a trick as well, is you kind of also want to have your opponent kind of,
Oh, there was. Okay, I was
and
gonna
we're seeing
say.
the incap come out actually
Yeah, I
here.
was the incap.
That's
I
a
think it's
decent way
pretty
to stop
smart.
some of it.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
the second.
every time, every time.
Okay, yeah, with no cards left in hand, that's unfortunate. So it is going to go ahead and become distant, getting that range 4, bumping that up to a 5. And on
Popping the
Spirit, yeah,
boots. Yep.
we're going to go ahead and we're going to pop the Strides for an extra 4. That's going to bump us up to 9 for this turn. And
And we
likely we're
did
just
already
going
see
to
the second win, so
2 swings, yeah.
I'm bad at math, but oh,
Yep,
and yeah,
10,
drought of
Drought of
stamina. Yep,
Stamina.
coming in.
There we
Yep,
go. Yeah,
that
so
was
that
a
second wind, definitely clearing up if there was some level up, but right there, that's the power of the Ranger Stride deck. With the,
I've been on.
Yeah.
As we were talking before we got on, we were talking about this list, and it's something that we got to play. I got to play for the first time in a local here on Tuesday, and man, I looked at it and I already have seen the deck. I know what the deck does, but seeing it in person, where watching my opponent go, so my turn to Mad Hatter, and I go, yeah, you got it. Let's go on. Let's move on. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, and I think probably reflect probably thinking about that. And as they think about that, let's go ahead and take a look at their sideboards. What is Tristan looking to bring in?
Alrighty, I'm pulling this up here. There actually, weirdly enough, here
There's
there's probably not much we're gonna see come into play in this matchup, in the sideboard. So at this point, I think Tristan's probably gonna keep the board as is, because you don't really have enough time on the Regal realistically, unless you think the game is gonna get dragged out really, really long. So you may bring those in. But it does seem that Tristan's board is kind of built more for this anti-aggro package, as we see things like the 3 Ace and Protectors. Um, we are seeing the Stifle Traps in there. We're seeing the Ensnaring Fumes in main board still. Um, and 3 Veiling Breezes. So most likely, we're probably going to keep it the same. Probably just at this point be like, okay, maybe I need to push level a little bit here earlier, maybe kind of stabilize a little bit faster and kind of respect what my opponent's doing.
Yeah, I
In turn,
think at most you might see the Nullifying Mirror come in for the Nullifying Lantern, just so you can stop things like Skirting Step. But
yeah.
otherwise, you're probably not seeing too much advantage. Yeah, for Axis, what are we gonna bring against this Tristan? It seemed pretty handy, but there's
I
always
mean,
something you can go ahead and push.
we're definitely seeing the Nullifying Mirror hit the board. This is kind of something, if you see your opponent flips a Wind Spirit, you're going to 100% be like, I know how my kill works. I need to make sure that you do not have it. We're probably seeing that come in. Um, Staggering Strike, probably the one of definitely coming into this matchup. This is
I
probably
think
the
so.
one matchup you really have this in here for. For one, it does eat a stealth ally that sometimes can be a problem for the deck to deal with. And being able to, Tristan's getting a little bit too high up on that prep count, just be like, let's take you down a notch.
Mhm. There might be, although I think obviously these players can't see each other's decks. There might also be some bring in some exposed darkness, right? In case you're concerned that the Tristan's going to start playing things like Vanish from Sight, just to try and
Which
stay out your aggro.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's a possibility, especially for this deck, to actually start putting that on your radar, especially with these decks starting to respect the Horse and Taxes list a little bit more, knowing they need to be able to stop those Vanitas attacks coming in. So it's something that realistically you actually might bring in, because you might think, hey, people are trying to tech against it. There's a chance he has in his main board now. Let's go ahead and do that. Which, if I was making the call, I probably would with a no open deck list. Be something I'd be like, let's bring it in just in case.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to lose your big turn to someone just going, you know what? Actually, I'm going to stealth.
Yeah.
So take a look. Actually, we do see. Well, okay, yeah, I was gonna say actually we don't see an innervate in the main deck either for Tristan, but that's probably their main thing for stealth there. Windmill Engineer coming out. Surveil as well as like Black Market Broker. Oh, yep, always important. Got to reset our life. Uh, drawing card
I
in
prefer to
memory.
start it almost dead in every game. Makes
It makes it way easier. It makes it
makes
way
me play
faster.
better.
Uh, Looking Glass, of course, already being out there. Spirit of Wind coming in for Axis. Let's see whether or not we get our Mad Hatter this time, or perhaps a Cheshire Cat. That windmill. And so, yeah, one thing here, of course, if you just have an ally to try and clear the windmill, Tristan is, of course, holding enough up for a reclaim. So let's take a look. Is that 3 or 4 down? What do you see?
It looks like he's going back to 3 or 4. So we're debating a 3 cost and a 4 cost at this point. Or it looks like. Or maybe we're just kind of debating on what cards you want to put down. Oh, there's Lube.
Okay. Yep. Lube, Oathkeeper. So another great card with ranged as well as the ability to become as well the ability to become distant if another unit on your side becomes distant. So just another great way to go ahead and push damage.
Which, to be fair, I think the best part about it is just becoming that sweet 4-2 or 4-3 whenever you get distant is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, it is extremely good, and of course we saw that a lot in the unique ally win decks previously. But here it's just another great ranger unit. I feel like going
We
for the
are
ring.
We are seeing the
So
ring, so we're definitely
yeah,
digging. So I'm thinking here that, and this is a chance that he's done the math. He's thought about if he has the distant card in hand and he already has all the combo pieces ready. Even at going to 19, you are kind of still in that lethal range, especially already taking the 2. Only getting 2 more above your base is probably not what you want to see. So we're probably digging for the Veiling Breeze here, or some
yeah.
way to stop that attack from coming in.
I wonder if we're gonna see the black market broker come down just to try and clear that Lube. And four down.
Or an Ace
Okay. Oh, we're
Infector.
seeing
That's pretty
Aeson.
good.
That's pretty good. So is that Aeson? I don't believe Axis is running any stifling traps. Or Nope. Okay, yeah, nothing to go ahead and quick kill that windmill engineer before it leaves. So Asen's gonna come down and see. Probably going to Lube. Okay, we're gonna see a Squallbind pounce. So that's
Prevent some of that
actually,
damage.
yeah, it's actually really quite good. So Squallbind pounce, it's going to make one ranger unit distant. They're probably going to choose, of course, Lube. And if it's immune, which it is here, we're showing 2 win cards. We get to suppress one target attacking ally, and suppressing that Asen is actually
Oh
pretty
boy.
big. Yep, because
And that Asen should, when it's suppressed, should go right back into hand as well. Unless he can play something else here.
yeah,
Which,
it's possible, of course, because we do have that windmill engineer.
yep.
So we might actually be getting some double value depending on what Reflet chooses to do. Okay,
Nope. It looks like we
so
did pass a turn and turn the windmill back to hand. And that is a scary thing. With Distant carrying over into his turn, already having that 4-2 ready in play, I'd be sweating a little bit on my side
yeah,
of the table
so
here.
let's think about it, right? If we bring out our Ranger Strides, yep, there they are. That allows Lube to become an 8-3 for this turn. So with a single second wind in hand, that would close out this game. Uh, looks like we're
Leave
going
a
to go ahead
skirting
and
step was
manage
just
skirting step.
banished for that,
Yep, the
which we
SP3
don't
skirting
really
step.
need anymore at this point. We've already got the distant. We've already got the things online.
Recollect and draw. Let's see. So yeah, I think the biggest thing we're looking for here is a second wind, just to
Yeah,
carry our damage
there's a
over.
chance he could be sitting on a Zephyr. He could have a Veiling there. Well, I guess if that hit point, he's probably maybe banking on a Zephyr here to kind of keep him alive. Because this maybe that's the reason why we didn't play out the windmill. He's like, I'm worried if he gets rid of the Asen, I could still be dead here. Oh, takes the
Unfortunately, it looks
first
like
8.
we're gonna take the damage. And do we have it? 10 out of 15, though. It's a bit. There we go. Second wind. That would allow Lube to stand up. And oh, perhaps. Let's take a look. Is it enough cards for the end cap? Yeah, it is. 4 down. And yeah,
Yep,
we're gonna go
another
ahead
incap
and
coming out.
incapacitate.
Do we have it? We got the other second win in hand.
A second wind?
I think it costs
Well, it
3
looks like
though.
there's only
So
3 cards. Yeah. So second wind
yeah,
does cost 3. So we're not gonna go ahead and see that. But that does stop the quick kill there with those Ranger Strides. So now that we've used up our Ranger Strides, what are we looking for? I mean, obviously we can still push, just quite a bit of damage here if Lube isn't dealt with. But what else? How are we looking to stabilize, towards the mid game now that we've used up our Ranger Strides?
that's one thing that's really cool about this deck is it's not only a situation where you are going to go for this turbo and kind of kill. You have enough allies, you have enough interaction. You kind of turn into a wind allies style game plan where you start turning to just getting chip damage here and there. And I also like to compare this early on when we saw the Icebound Slamless in the water meta before Icebound Slam went out, where what mattered if you get that first hit off, you don't really care if nothing really turned out for you off of the Icebound Slam. What you cared about is they now have a huge chunk of damage on them, and they're kind of now playing from behind. They're really kind of thinking every thought is, all right, I am this much closer to lethal. I may have to rush to get to 3. I may have to put out more defenses. And so in this case scenario, you're going to try to keep them on the back foot and just keep pressuring that damage from here on out to try to close out the game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I believe we can see a Surveil in Tristan's hand, and we know that they have a Windmill Engineer as well as an Asen. So perhaps we might go another try at taking out this Lube with the Asen.
Well, it looks like we may have we actually did banish the Asen off
Oh, we
of the
did.
level 1.
Oh, we
Yep.
did.
So, yep. So, unless he's got 2, he's got 3 in the list, so he could have the second one.
I had missed that. Yeah, there are 3 in the list. Uh, taking a look, I think we're pondering on that Surveil the wins actually. So, and
Yeah,
okay,
we're
we're
just
gonna
gonna
go ahead and pass. So yeah, okay. What interaction actually are we holding up here?
very likely at this point, we kind of want to set up just to kind of use a lot more of our pieces. Probably a Veiling Breeze wants to get used early. With the mirror coming out, we're going to probably see it, if we want to, get played here. Ask his
And
opponent, is this good? Thinking about it.
think you're right. We might see perhaps a surveil into a veiling.
This is one of the situations where sometimes as well the playing out the surveilling can actually, in this here in the veiling, can sometimes actually be a really hard thing to do here because sometimes you want that influence in hand. You have other things you want to do to interact. So even sometimes with the mirror coming out, even if you have it, you don't always play it. Sometimes you do. You think you are going to live. You need that influence. You don't really want to lose that just for one turn of attack. But I'm in the boat. I get scared when I see mirror, and I'm like, nah, let's play it.
Yeah, pretty fair. So we do see our second incapacitate going against that backstep. So, denying Lube distant as well as not being able to draw that card. But we are also, we're going to give up any potential there for veiling. So most likely just taking 2 damage. But I think definitely losing that card is not stellar. It's definitely not the position you want. But that being said, likely it looks like Reflex is going to go ahead and level up next turn with those 2 cards down. And we'll see what happens. Axis choosing to pass.
Just chip that 2 and then pass it over. Get ready for the next one. And that's one thing
Okay,
as
there's
well
a
with these ranger lists is you're kind of waiting for your opponent to do their stuff and try to at the end of their turn bait out cards at the end of their turn, bait them to do something. So that way you kind of get in a sense, you get an extra turn. It's kind of the way you can look at it. You're trying to take a double turn in a sense is what you're kind
Yeah.
of looking for here, which is why we probably saw the pass without playing anything else. You've already got the ally on board. Don't start overcommitting or risking anything else.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if you can play a card to save that ally, right? You're not only preventing the damage into yourself, you're saving the ally. They're almost certainly becoming distant, setting yourself up for the next turn. And let's take a look. And Reflect's going to bring out the backup charger. All right. So likely waiting for enough prep counters for 2, not rushing it. They did see Axis, use their strides and use up a whole big turn. So they're probably feeling much safer than the first game, especially with both of those incapacitates. Go ahead
Yeah,
and bring that power cell.
this is the kind of list I think sometimes I just forego the prep counters. Even if just taking 1 draw is enough for me. Sometimes I'm just like, man, I don't want to die to this. I'm too squishy here. I want to get some level. I want to get some health out there. And as well, of course, getting to 3 and being able to get those shadows out. Because not only is it able to kind of redirect some of the attacks going out here, but you also get the ability to possibly make dagger, even if you can't really fast speed or activate your main phase, you have the prep counters. Sometimes just taking that turn off, then getting the dagger and start clearing the board with that can also be a huge benefit to getting to 3. So we'll see. There are also, I know some people in the chat calling for the DG here, calling for the dungeon guide to level 2, level 3. We have seen Tristan's do it before, double dungeon guide. It's not won't be the first time, won't be the last.
Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to see a windmill engineer here, though. Or
His opponent did remind him he did activate
oh,
the
there we
on
go.
his recollection. He activated the mirror, so he cannot imbue. So at this point, it'll be a vanilla 1/1 hitting the board.
Yeah, perhaps into an ASIN. If they did draw the second one. But otherwise, yeah, probably just, a 1/1, push some damage. If you were Tristan, would you go ahead and try to take out the Lube?
At this point, getting it off the board is probably more important because it's kind of like the sense of the question is like if they have something, I don't really want to lose the value of attacking into it kind of idea. But at the same time, if you don't really commit any resources to it, you don't try to remove that from the board, you're essentially giving your opponent a free draw in a sense where they're kind of getting the way to act into you. So you kind of just need these cards to get dumped out of his hand. And at this point, already seeing 2 pieces of giving him distant get played. We've already seen 2 pieces of interaction. I would probably push it, and I would say, hey, I'm gonna try to go for a kill.
Yeah, and we might be seeing that right here with the slice and dice. Axis in response, Fairy Whispers. So that slice and dice was not prepped, just 3 damage.
Probably going straight for the. I'm assuming going straight for the kill on the Lube. I would assume here
Yeah, I would agree with you.
because even if he has a prevent 1 damage, he still has 1 more damage to do over it if he needs to. So
Yeah, a single skirting step won't make it this time, but let's see what's pulled off from the Fairy Whispers. Axis contemplating these 3 cards here.
I've been here before. sometimes you look at 3 and none of them are going to save you. So you have to debate, do I take something that will maybe make my later game better, or do I high roll and put all of them at the bottom and try to take one off the top? Which you can kind of see, it looks like there's 2 of them at least that are getting debated, kind of in that boat of, it'll be nice to have, but does it win me the game?
Yeah, I think definitely. We'd also say that it's unlikely for either of those to be an Aether's Embrace. I think if you saw an Aether's Embrace, it would be, definitely your card of choice here.
Oh, snap,
Let's take a
keep.
look. Yeah, so 1 going to the bottom, 2 Condom playing top. Okay, 2 will stay on top, and we're gonna go ahead and show a second wind. And let's see if there's any other response to try and save this Lube. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and lose the Lube to the Slice and Dice. So Tristan keeping those prep counters, no other interaction there for the Lube.
Which, let me
And
take a
we're
look at the list here.
passing turn.
Do we have any other ranger equipment that we're running in this list, or is it just the
The
ranger
Foresight lens.
strides?
The Foresight lens is also,
Do you have the foresight lens?
yeah. Foresight lens, which would allow us to glimpse into our deck. Access thinking here about the materialization. So, actually, one thing I'd like to notice, I'm not sure it's totally relevant in this, but they are running the new Proxy's Volt card, the Purifying Durable.
They are, which is actually something. It's something that I was gonna probably see with Windex, see run more and more and more. Mainly because, for one, even if you're not banishing anything for your opponent, it's essentially another backup charger. Because if you pay 3 into it, you're doing the same effect as backup charger, just taking cards from your opponents instead of getting the power cell. So at this point, I mean, why not? You got an extra draw card, and do we actually even see the backup charger in this list?
We do. We do. That being said, we're going to go ahead and bring out our Inert Sword. So perhaps, uh, setting up for a Cheshire Cat, which would be pretty cool. And if not, of course, our champion can go ahead and use that for 2 damage. Just pushing that damage that Liu Bei could have done. So let's take a look. Maybe one
The
of our
Cheshire
Cheshire
Cat
Cats.
here, pretty spicy with that.
It would be pretty good.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
okay.
pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
We're gonna see our one of staggering strike. So, a huge sideboarded card, especially against Tristan, Xander as well. But with True Sight and on champion hit, we're gonna remove 3 prep counters. They only have 2, so this is pretty big, especially if Reflet was looking to go to level 2. They're gonna go ahead and draw nothing with 0 prep counters. So that's a pretty big card right here.
And I'm assuming coming in for 5 as well, because I assume he's slapping that
I
sword on
assume they're
there as
using the
well.
sword, but yeah, let's take a look.
This is a little scary.
Putting 2 down, incapacitate. Okay, so this is
Believe?
something. So
Yeah, it looks like we have a opponent a no, because with the incap is an attack card, so it is unfortunately not a target for incapacitate.
yeah, so Second Strike being an attack, you're unable to incapacitate that. Incapacitate only hitting actions. Or sorry, actions. And yes, it is going to go in for 5, the Inert Sword being used. So yeah, pretty big turn there, taking away those prep counters. And looks like we're going to go ahead and pass back. So that's a pretty big turn right there.
That's
Especially if
this is
Tristan
the
being
kind of
level 1.
this is the kind of tempo if you're the aggressor and you're the aggro deck, you are looking for. Having your opponent in a situation where they're not only forced to level, but forced to level with next to no bonus value on doing so is the spot you really want to be in. Because this means you are going to be driving either one, you are going to have your opponent make some more defensive decisions and try to probably overcommit a little bit more, or they're going to kind of play that little bit more of reserved, kind of take a step back and kind of start leveling their way to 3, reducing that influence, giving you a little bit more wiggle room to set up maybe a combo or set up some sort of big attack again to kind of finish it off. And we are
Yeah.
seeing Tristan going straight to 2. 17 life. Do not wouldn't do any differently myself.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad to be forced to do it, but it's better than losing the game outright. So we're gonna see.
Oh.
Oh, that dungeon guide. Oh,
Ooh,
that's
we've
tough.
all been there. We've all been there.
It's true. Now that being said, they could still be holding another dungeon guide in hand, right? the supreme confidence of putting down a dungeon guide, seeing it banish, and going, you know what, DG anyway. So let's take a look. Of course, the nullifying mirror going ahead and being used there, stopping any other imbues on this turn. But
And
it
this is
is
something I
definitely a
always
tough
forget
spot.
about with that the mirror. I'll be playing a non-win deck and they'll still hit me with it sometimes. And I'm like, why are they doing that? I'm like, oh yeah, I remember. I remember why you do this. And for me, it's a force of habit too. Sometimes I have it out there and I don't even think about it. I'm at their recollection, just turn it sideways. I don't even know why I'm doing it anymore. I'm just like,
I mean, it's a better habit to have than forgetting it, right? So let's take a look. Yeah, I think the biggest play here would be a dungeon guide, but okay. Unfortunately, it seems that was our only one. They're gonna go ahead and pass back. Okay, with the windmill coming in for one. All right, see it pass back to Axis. So yeah, Rifflet being put in a tough spot here. Axis, quite literally holding all the cards. What are we looking to bring out? Probably, yeah, okay. Backup charger makes a lot of sense. We're just gonna go ahead, push our card advantage. Paying 3 for backup charger. Get an extra card back to memory. We're making up for that backstep, a while ago that got incapacitated. And so let's see. The sword representing 2 on board. I believe every ally in this. No, not every ally. So the allies for Axis are in between 1 and 2 natural. But if we see a Cheshire Cat, they'll gain the extra attack from the sword and become a 3. That would definitely
yeah.
close out the game.
And as well, he is running an Eternal Magistrate. So that with the power cell next turn would actually not be a terrible setup either.
Oh yeah, for sure. And stopping a dungeon guide would also, having to make them hard level would be quite devastating. That being said, we're gonna go ahead and see a Purse, Relentless Raptor. So we're swinging with the inert sword for 2. And we'll see if there's a response here. So once again, it's a bit hard. You have the mirror out, so you're not going to be able to veiling. But take a look. Fairy Whispers. All right, critical turn. What are we looking for here?
I always get nervous when it's like the one card down and I'm like, oh, dude, what do they got? What do they do for one? It's very much I'm like, okay, they're digging, I'm good. And then they show me the card and I'm like, oh, okay.
2 on bottom, 1 on top. Let's take
And
a look.
show it. And
It's
it is
availing.
availing.
Ooh, okay. So once again, though, we do have the mirror.
Could be going for the double veiling here.
That's a fair point.
Which
That would
you got 2 of them in hand. Let's run them out.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Let's take a look.
Yeah, because if that is a card with distant in his hand, there is a chance we
All right, we
could
see that first
see
veiling.
Axis going for the closeout. Yep.
Revealed.
Activate
Okay.
the mirror in
Mirror.
response.
Yeah, and showing the black market broker there. Activate the mirror. Okay, I think they are. And there's some chatter about the mirror there and exactly how it works. All right, we're gonna go ahead and mark 2 from the inert sword. And yeah, so if there is a card to make Purse distant, that would close out this game. Take a look.
Thinking about it.
Thinking about it. We have skirting step. We have.
And how many? The other thing that I think he may be thinking about is because an unfortunate circumstance of this, and it happens, but it also could be knowing that he likely still has Reflect still has the incap in hand because he did show it the term prior when he attempted to go for the staggering. So there's a chance he's playing a little bit safe there because he kind of got knowledge outside
That is
of.
true.
It happens. Been there before. This happened to all of us, where we kind of jump the gun and unfortunately give our opponent a little bit too much knowledge.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and pass turn, leaving Purse up, and we're going to see a Terrafring come out on Reflect. So yeah, big thing there. Once again, if we can find the dungeon guide, we have a chance to stabilize. Unfortunately, only 2 cards down in memory that time, so we couldn't just go ahead and hard level. And so what's a possible idea there, leaving that purse up?
Big thing with the purse is because if we do give it distant, we are actually able to activate its second ability, not just the range, even though most of the thing in this deck we've cared about has in range up to this point. But if purse is distant, you can actually suppress, I believe, allies, items, and I think it's item. I think it's or it might be ally weapons and items, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
is what
Yes.
we can suppress with it. So there's a lot of things we can interact with purse. We can say, hey, during your attack, we're going to go ahead and give purse distant. I'm going to go ahead and tap purse to suppress whatever ally you may attack me with. So we kind of get a nice 2-for-1. We be able to set up purse for the next turn, get that distant activation, and we also get the ability to interact with our opponent's board, or in some rare scenarios, bounce our own stuff. But in this situation, likely going to be stopping an attacker if it tries to come in.
Yeah, we're gonna see a turbocharge come out for Tristan. So go ahead and
Build up that
draw some more
influence.
cards. Yeah. Influence
Very
that's
likely,
enough
maybe
for a
digging
dungeon
for a dungeon
guide.
guide. It is enough for a dungeon guide.
It's enough. Thinking about it.
Didn't see the windmill slam dungeon guide though, but could be thinking, does my opponent have a stifle trap?
Yeah, I definitely whenever you're playing into wind, it's always worth considering, especially as they are holding up 4 cards. More than enough for Stifle. And Axis is running 3 of them. So let's take a look. Maybe it's here. Oh, okay, Dream
Oh,
Fairy.
that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Dream Fairy obviously target that purse, sending it back to memory, unless we see a Stifle here. Axis looks like they're thinking about it. Uh, yeah, so what? So if we had the Stifle, is there a reason that we wouldn't play it against the Dream Fairy?
Most likely not in this, especially with hand down. This would be this would be an instant play in most case scenarios if we had it. We're
Yeah,
seeing the backstep, likely draw a
backed up.
card, and probably going to just hmm.
They could be looking to. Well,
Could also just
I
be
was gonna
filter the deck and
say.
say, hey, let's just bounce something. Why not?
Yeah, right. You got to make use of your ally while they are still on the field. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and draw a card. I believe there's still 3 cards in hand, right? After that backstep,
Yeah, and
there's a 2. Yeah.
this is one I know there's interaction specifically when you suppress a dream fairy before the ability resolves. I know there's a weird ruling with that. I can't I don't I haven't had this interaction happen in a long time. But
Take a
I
look.
do
Actually, still thinking of her response. And all right, yeah. So if we see the Dream Fairy go back, of course, that would be something where Axis is, looking to get obviously a different ally out, or find a Stifle Trap to deal with that Dream Fairy in order to replay Purse. Uh, Looking at their material deck, there are no more swords, no more inherent damage coming out there. So with the Purse
and
looking like
Purse
it's going
did
back.
suppress herself. So it is that
Oh, good.
target ally. So it is able to target herself. Makes that way we can dodge a dream fairy activation. We're dodging some of this. We're not going to have distant when we come back because we are going to be seen as a new object. But it is a good way to kind of hopefully set up for a kill this next upcoming turn.
Yeah, you're right. Purse can, of course, target themselves. So
Which, that being said, what are the odds you draw another card to give your Purse distant on your turn? Like, what are the odds of that, right?
what are the odds? Well, we'll see.
Here's the good old wind bobble coming back into play.
Reliable bobble. That's actually something we'll talk about it later, but we've been seeing a lot of bobbles, pop up in a lot of decks recently. Skirting step. And there we go. What are the chances that something in a deck built around distant becomes distant? That's crazy.
Pretty crazy, right? Pretty
I
crazy
can't
that
I can't believe you
everything.
predicted that actually. That's pretty wild.
And we did see the activation of Terrafring, but with this many cards in hands, it's probably not going to be.
Yeah, we're gonna pay 2 there.
Yep, and that is all she wrote. It looks like.
Yeah.
Which
So
we thought this was gonna be a fast game. Turns out we maybe fair, we got like 15, 17 minutes, but not as fast as I thought it was gonna be, weirdly enough in this matchup.
no, we definitely saw a pretty developed mid game from Axis. Being able to basically, as you said, being able to carry on past their big turn with the Ranger Strides, being incapped and managing to carry through anyway. Just with the allies and chip damage, distant, inert sword, just making sure that they're keeping that Tristan at a really high damage counter, so that even if they get towards stabilization, there's a huge chance that you can just knock them out anyway. That staggering strike, I think, really putting the exclamation point on it.
Yeah, and that's one thing about this deck is it's normally when we see like the second win type of list, we see like these, especially with the wind robots, as we saw early on. It's kind of like an all-in strategy. Once they kind of lose that momentum, it's very hard to kind of build the game back up. But in this one, because you're putting so many resources and keeping your allies alive, and because those allies are generally going in and turning in for 4, 5 damage every time you essentially save them, it's a deck that becomes a lot scarier because you kind of run into this kind of like tempo style list where it's a play one ally, stop the interaction or stop the aggression on your board, go back to me, swing, and then we're going to do it all over again until we're essentially at the end of the game. And that's what we saw perfectly done here. It was game one. We essentially didn't put any brakes on. We're like, my opponent gave me the opening. We're going for the kill. And then game two, my opponent had the interaction, but we didn't panic. We're like, all right, cool. We're going to turn this into a tempo game plan. We're going to win this.
Mhm.
And then it went, and it kind of, you want that deck to do one thing, and it did it very, very well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, our biggest thing there, unfortunately, Tristan not finding the time to stabilize, right? That huge damage push, even with the incapacitate. The incapacitate really just stopping them from losing the game right there. But unfortunately, putting them at 10, setting them back, and just, not finding the time to go ahead and get those shadows out.
Yeah, and it's something, especially in this meta, is especially we are seeing it a little bit more from a lot of players do, and it's don't be afraid to dungeon guide to level two. Some of those situations, if you have dungeon guide, don't always think that dungeon guide has to be used to three. Sometimes it's like I'm in a really rough spot. I'm in a very very scary spot. So sometimes it's better just I'm gonna go ahead and get both that defensive regalia and I'm gonna go dungeon guide to two. And so that way, even though I'm not necessarily getting the best value from going from two to three as we dungeon guide, I'm still kind of making myself a little safer. Getting that health pool, getting the regalia at the same time is something to kind of think about as well, especially in these matchups.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Speaking of meta and dungeon guiding to level two, we do have the stats from Ascent Boston if we want to take a look at those.
Oh, I would love to take a look at these.
Yeah, there we go.
So pretty crazy in terms of seeing a lot of Lorraine at the event. Uh and we're seeing as well something pop up is a lot of Gaugia as well coming out of this, and a lot of CL, and really cool to see just across the board that we're seeing new champions come up, and then of course we're seeing the return of Lorraine a little bit more. Kind of fell to the wayside a little bit in the last meta, so nice to kind of see her coming back in. Um,
Yeah, I mean Lorraine winning it, in fact, with Fire Spectre in Soul.
Oh, well played too. Well played into what would
Absolutely.
be in terms of maybe the boogeyman of Ascent Boston. If you read in the chat through all of that, dealing with that Vanitas, which also seeing 7 Vanitas at the event, which I'm pretty sure if Pickle Sword or one of Chess Clubs in the chat, that should be all their members. I think it's I think it's essentially Vanitas. I think we should retitle that to Chess Club. It was the shown champion here at Boston.
Yeah, one thing, 7 Vanitas out there, 5 of them in the top 8. So, a very good conversion rate for
I mean,
Vanitas this
that's
ascent.
almost 100%. So I'm just
That is
saying,
almost 100%.
maybe we got to get rid of Vanitas. Maybe Vanitas is the problem.
Vanitas is, lore wise, as well as I think, of course, deck wise, we see every time just the villain, just the absolute, just out there. As far as stealing automatons and making people just absolutely dread their time at Ascents. So
Definitely
yeah,
keep into his lore. Definitely keep into his lore pretty well. So I'll take it. And as well is we also got to see a Xander also make Luxem Xander make top 8 as well, which is actually one of our locals actually was on that list getting into top
yeah,
8. So
absolutely. The Luxem Xander, especially with that Fire Spectre package, very very strong. And a lot. I think the biggest thing, especially talking to Robotron, our local, is that it kind of doesn't really care all that much if an aggro deck goes ahead and slams Sensor.
Yeah, it is very much a deck that says, "I don't really care. I'm gonna let you do your thing." It is also a deck that is very resilient to a lot of things in the meta. The slower your deck is, the more time you're and the more greedy you're going to become. The more time Luxem has to set up for a lot of those turns where I'm just gonna say, "I'm gonna let you do your thing. I'm gonna keep healing, and then I'm just gonna show you 20 cards and see if you can deal with it."
Speaking of time, one more thing I want to point out, Jin. So, another sort of, you know, breakout deck here alongside Vanitas. Uh, just a lot of people playing Jin. So yeah, what do you think of that deck?
Actually, something is actually kind of cool because I was actually this week listening to the True Champ podcast on this too. And they even made a point that it was Jin right now is very well positioned going into this kind of meta. There are a lot of decks that Jin just could not deal with in the last meta. One of them being Genbu. Genbu was kind of its
Mm.
worst possible matchup because that deck doesn't do damage to you. It just says how many cards are in your deck, and you go not enough. And so going into this, it was a good pick going into it. And it was really cool. We saw a lot of Jins kind of just miss that top 8. A lot of them we saw a lot of Jins make day 2, which is actually really cool. And I'm happy to see the deck a little more representation. Now, it is a deck that I will say is once you kind of know how to play against it, once you know it is on your radar and it's something you may have to worry about, it is a little more susceptible to things like interactions. So whenever you have like fast speed damage, or you have a lot of ways to stop attacks, like things like Song of Frost, it's a little bit scarier. But it is cool to see Jin finally kind of come back into this meta and kind of see a Jin not just as a kind of a side deck or like I guess a rogue deck would be the best way to put it.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that percentage. So pretty cool to see. You know, taking a look, a pretty widespread of champions, and I think that's always not only healthy for the game, but just a lot more fun. Not everyone's really pigeonholed into one specific thing. Even if we see, Spectre, I believe, across the entire top 8 there.
Yeah, well, we should just put Spectre as one of the champions at this point in time where we're at.
Yeah,
But
then the next match instead of Mad Hatter, we'll just put Spectre. We'll just put Undying Dreams, the lost surface there.
yeah, and it's one thing that and I think it's a good thing, the topic to kind of go into, especially with a lot of people being like, this is a very scary deck. Like, what do we do about Ryle? Like, Ryle's a very big problem. It's like a lot of these things are getting thrown around a lot. And it's one thing to also look at is it is a very powerful card, but it is also a one of the cards that essentially is one of the best engines to try to finally get our game plan to go to level 3. That is also something that's like one thing about these is it is a way to kind of be able to get to level 3 and keep the influence you're looking at. And of course, with this statistic here, we can see it. A lot of people really, really, really like fire.
Yeah, well, what is the most fun thing in any TCG? It is drawing cards. And what does Fire let you do? It lets you draw cards. And so, yeah, here, 63% Fire, which is pretty crazy. And of course, well represented in our tops.
Yeah,
I believe all the way down to the top 32, in fact.
yeah, and it is something as well that looking at this with this fire is this, I think this is the most represented I think we've ever seen fire into an ascent level event. I could be wrong about that. I could be missing something, but I think it's actually one of the highest ratios we've seen for fire.
It's definitely not surprising. Uh, we do see 25% wind there. I don't. I'm gonna take a quick look at what the highest wind deck was. Wind Shadow Strike Tristan looks
Yep.
like. Uh,
And I think that's one
yeah,
deck that people
yep.
like a lot of people who are still on wind knew that Shadow Strike had a very good chance into some of these lists. Mainly because if a Ryle deck does stumble, Shadow Strike has a chance to just say, you missed a turn, I'm gonna Shadow Strike you. We're gonna end this right here, right now. And it's something as well that is probably at a win list. You're gonna see still Shadow Strike. Of course, this wake up list, as we just saw this last round, is another win deck that is very well positioned in these type of decks because the greedier your deck is, the easier it is for that deck to just interact with you and just say, all right, cool. You kind of overcommitted. I'm gonna punish you for it.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the thing that we see out of Fire, Horse and Taxes, right? It
Yep.
turns out that when you're very, very greedy, you can't pay your taxes, and when you
Yep.
can't pay your taxes, you don't get any bonuses, and you go ahead, you just kind of lose the game. You just get punched to death pretty slowly there. 31 water. I believe 2 did make top 32. So unique water allies Lorraine, as well as a water fractal Daochan making a small return there with ZTR got at 24. Pretty good. Uh,
Yeah.
that's definitely interesting. There's not very much Fantasia hate running around right now, so not a terrible pick.
No,
And
and this is actually I think one of the lowest points I think we have seen water in terms of where like it falls in the meta. We saw last season where it was kind of a everybody's like water is insane, water is nuts, water has all the best cards. I hate it here. And then of course we see like a new set come out, we see water losing Lost in Thought, and we see fire gaining Lost in Thought 2, Electric Boogaloo with right. So it's like kind of something to where you definitely see this huge shift in this, and I think it's cool to see. It's cool to see kind of the
mm,
players adapt and kind of shift their kind of focus and kind of what to look at going into especially new season. And we knew going into Boston it was going to be kind of a wild west. We knew there was probably going to be a breakout list because there was just with a set as big
it
as
was
Reflections
it
was.
was it was a little too quiet before. You
Yeah.
know, we had to. There was something brewing.
Oh, there was some, and I thought, I'll be honest, I thought it was going to be the Wind Wake Up. I thought it was going to be a crazy version of that, was what it was going to be, but
Mm.
did not expect Horse and Taxes.
Well, I think in a fortunate slash unfortunate way, very few people did. Uh, Pretty cool deck. We only have a few minutes here, but let's go ahead and just chat real quick. It does use both horses, Red Hair as well as Dilu, which is fantastic. And I think the biggest thing here is it's willing to go pretty low on influence. And I think that's one thing that, especially if you're new to Grand Archive, kind of surprising to see a deck that just goes, you know what? Actually, I don't need cards to play. I have this champion. I'm gonna go ahead and punch you. You are going to have a much tougher time. If you want to be on my level, that's fine. You can also go down low on influence. And as we develop the mid game, I'm gonna go ahead and play these horses. What are these horses? Oh, they're just big. They're just big old horses.
Yep. And the other thing is the biggest thing about this as well is a lot of people kind of ask the question like why the horses? Why is it because you go level 3? What's the bonus there? The biggest thing about them is the horses are one of the few 2-cost cards or allies in the game that are heavily statted. Because that they are Pride and they do have that requirement, you get a lot more bang for your buck when playing 2. And one thing about the Vanitas list is, as we said, we will go low on influence. We go so low as we get rid of our entire influence in this list. It is
Mm,
something that is like I'm going to Dungeon Guide, I'm gonna beseech a 2. I'm going to make sure I have a 2-cost in hand, and I'm going to play 3 card. I'm gonna play a 2-cost, getting me to essentially 3 cards if we did the math right. And then just say, all right, all my influence, every card I have is now in the graveyard. I've got a Vanitas and I've got a horse.
mhm.
6 damage a turn. Can you beat me? And it's a very much of a you kind of put your hands in the air and say, you got it, you got it.
Yeah. That classic end board of a level 3 Vanitas, a dungeon guide, and one of two strong horses.
Yeah,
Everyone's dream.
yeah, and I won't be surprised if we see a little bit more water decks start coming out of the
Absolutely.
woodworks into
Absolutely.
this. And we'll probably see as well with with Ryle going into category 2, we're probably going to see a lot of teams testing outside of Ryle, testing kind of see where that goes. I know for us here at DFW, we're also kind of in that boat of like we're category 2, so the rest of the
Oh,
season or at least the first half of the season we're probably good, but
no, no,
we're
no.
not
Don't
we're
look up
not
the
we're not we're
secret
not going to
sauce.
count it out. We're not going to put our eggs in one basket.
No, no,
So
no.
that's
Everyone
the
stay
thing
on
to think
Ryle.
about.
Stay on Ryle. They're never gonna ban it. They're never gonna ban it. It's never gonna happen.
It's
All
not a
right.
good
We
card.
have
It's not a good card.
it's not a good card. Just let it be. Let it be. Uh we've yapped for quite a while here. There's not too much time left in regulation. We're gonna go ahead and take a small break here, and then we'll be right back for round two.
All right. See you guys in a bit. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I am here now, joined with Clem, joining us for what is going to be a Fractal Dalchan into an updated Vanitas list. How you feeling about this, Clem, and how are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing it. Thank you very much. This matchup is going to be fun. I feel like we didn't see enough of the Outchance over this weekend, so even though I don't think Horse and Taxes or Horse and Taxes can be updated too much, considering it is already a perfect deck because it plays all the horses and all the vanitas. So there's not much to improve there. I'm gonna be honest with you. We haven't seen it much into the Outchan over the weekend, so I'm excited. How about you?
I'm excited, and as we we were talking before, this Dalchan has definitely seen some updates. From what we have kind of seen in the past. This is the deck that has kind of evolved since we saw the early iterations when last season, where kind of it was started out as Fire Dalchan and was kind of like very quickly shifted into mainly just Water Fractals. Is kind of what most people kind of went to. So I'm really excited to kind of see how this Fire Dalchan does more into this meta and especially into this matchup. Because this is a
Yep.
deck that doesn't necessarily care as much about pushing levels or pushing too many regalia in a sense. So this could actually be a very interesting matchup for this.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Every time I see Fragmented Spirit in a level 1 deck, I'm like, what are they doing? Until I look at the list and see, oh, it's Fractals. Obviously.
It's like, what is your strategy? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, they're just gonna burst. They're
Same
gonna
old,
burst.
same
They're
old.
gonna... yep. And
Yeah.
it's yeah, and it's also they even think about the Dalchan is you do have a lot of defensive options. Weirdly enough, you're usually using them for more of aggression, but you do still have them for defense if you need them.
Yeah, it's very funny that, especially with like Searing Rebuke, you protect yourself, but in the end, you always end up just pinging yourself with like your Fractal of Sparks, which is so counterintuitive when you look at the cards at first. But then you see the deck more and more, and you see it be played, and you're like, oh, I understand. But it's a goofy matchup. It's a goofy thing to see the cards be played in a Diao deck. I feel.
Yeah, and we are gonna see uh well, like we haven't. I thought we said who was going first. I jumped the gun there. Looks like we're gonna
Yeah,
roll
we're
and see
about
who
to see
goes
who's
first.
going first. Yeah.
Yeah, I was already prepared. I was set. I was like, looks like Vanitas is going. Like, nah, we're still rolling.
It does look like Vanitas is going first, however. So you
Yeah,
predicted the future. You
I mean, this is
saw.
what Vanitas wants. Vanitas wants to
Yep.
go first.
You had the vision, and here it is.
I willed it into existence. I apologize. Apologize, chat. That's on me.
So what do you think is gonna happen in the first few turns for the people that are not super familiar with this new Horse and Taxes deck?
Yeah, so the biggest thing here is we're going to see with this horse and taxes list is we're probably going to see kind of the same game plan, especially in game one. Especially if you don't really know what your opponent's on, you don't know necessarily what they're going to be doing, so you're going to try to probably make assumptions that they may be a very aggressive deck. They may, or in this case, they may also be a Ryle list with them showing fire. So we're probably going to see most likely that this Vanitas list is going to go for its neutral turn one play and then get ready to DG or beseech straight into three is probably what we're going to see, unless we maybe see Fire Dalchan just show too many pieces here, which could be because there are some key pieces Fire Dalchan would like to see in the board.
I mean, you don't even really need the DGs once you're level 2, right? Because you just activate them, and if they're not playing water, there isn't too much of a threat, right?
Yeah. And it looks like
That's a very, very good start from Rick Rage there. He glimpsed 3 cards to the bottom of his fragmented spirit, and then had 2 Ravenous Pyres on turn 1. Now, even without knowing that this is a Vanitas deck, I think that's in the current metagame, that is exactly what you want. Right? Because
yeah, 100%. And this is as Vanitas, you're kind of thinking, man, this kind of sucks.
yeah, it's 4 damage every time, huh? So that's
Yeah.
a guaranteed 12 damage by the time you're level 3.
What a crazy opening into this. Going in blind too, because that starts Fire Spirit. That could be any of these lists. And of all of it to be as Vanitas, whew,
Yeah, but to be fair now, I feel like right now, you have a very good chance at hitting a level. If you see fire, it's probably a level 3 deck with Royal out.
Yeah.
So
for sure. And we did see, was that a double discard off Ryle? Was that
yeah,
two?
it was a Ryle discarding 2 of the ghastly. Oh, I tried to say it too quickly. My brain is a bit ahead of my mouth here. Undying Dreams, that's the card. I was not locked in enough yet to this wonderful deck. I'm looking forward to seeing the horses come out. You know, that's the best part of the deck, I think. Ooh,
And a poison apple?
poisonous apple, yeah. That's not a card you see very often, even though I do think it's a very, very fun deck, especially my favorite card, and a very good with Ryle, because either it's a liminal guide or a floating memory they discard.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of one of those. At this point, this is a deck that doesn't necessarily need to use the floating. But with the opening of, we did not see the dungeon guy going straight to 2, and we did not see. Oh, and we were just gonna say,
Oh, that's going to be 6 damage for this one level. I'm Faceless Menace on 10 damage counters already.
that
It's
is
good.
that is an insane amount already.
Yeah, that's painful.
And we I definitely tell we're debating the 2 cost here.
A Searing Rebuke. Okay, now, do you think the Searing Rebuke is used before the level up resolves? I can't quite see the damage counters on either side here.
Yeah, so I'm thinking.
Creatures.
Yeah, so I'm thinking the thought process here is to use the Searing Rebuke. So when you're going to take that 4 damage from the levels, you're going to take 2 separate sources of 2. So you're going to put, I believe, 6 back on your opponent.
Yep.
By doing this, by doing your level, and
Yeah,
you're going to
yeah.
take 1.
That's pretty good. Like, that's a very, very smart play from Faceless, keeping up enough cards to be able to do this. Otherwise, 10 damage counters would have been very scary. Unfortunately, he didn't get to get 9 damage off of the Searing Rebuke, but 6 is still better than 10 damage counters to your face and 0 damage back at your opponent.
I will take it. And then we're seeing the Delu hit the board.
Here
And
is
2 more.
the boy, Volda.
Yeah, we're not messing around. We're going straight to 3. As we said, get to 3, and this is the game plan.
Yep, it is exactly what you want to see here. Like, he still took a lot of damage from the level up here. But at least he's on level 3. Now he can start attacking with those horses. He can start attacking with Vanitas himself. Start taxing his opponent for any card they play. So he's in a comfortable spot, even though he has 11 damage counters on him right now.
Oh, this is, and it also, as well as having the shield made out, is if it was into any other Agalist, I'd be. Oh, was that an Ignis Deus?
Oh, I mean, it's really, really good in this deck, considering Rick Rage only plays level 1 Diao-chan. So he is, you know, this is what this deck is what this card was made for.
Yeah, I believe. Let me check, because it is materialize.
Yeah, but if it's in response to the attack, the damage wasn't dealt yet,
Yeah,
then it doesn't matter that Bunny is attacking. That's a good thing about it being a fast speed card.
That is actually, I forgot it's fast speed. I thought we were going into their turn already. I had looked away at the wrong time. That is a good answer, especially for this deck where you do not care past level 1.
Yep. It's also, I think we didn't mention, but it's very important to note that because you need to level up to be for the Ravenous Pyre triggers to go off. The Searing Rebuke did trigger Vanitas 2's spell card.
Yep, and I am seeing some messages in the chat. They do need to pay the cost to level. Did we do that? We may have to.
do believe it was paid
Oh,
because
okay,
there's
so it is 2
shimmering
shimmering.
refractions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some shimmering refractions in banishment as well.
Okay, yeah. So that yeah, they did it right. So that is a pretty good turn.
Yeah, Dilu also coming in. Even without the vigor, all of these horses being 2 cost 3 attack cards are really, really good.
Yep, and we did see the shimmering actually go for the ally to try to get some of them off the board as well.
Yeah. Players forgot that Searing Rebuke triggers Vanitas level 2 here, so the life total needs to be updated real quick on Rick Rage's side. But other than that, yeah, this is the power of the horse deck. If anyone missed the Seattle stream or was there, in Boston, in Boston, I was thinking of an older event. I had a conversation about Seattle recently, but when if anyone was in Boston and couldn't see the match or how this deck plays and hasn't been able to have and rewatch the stream yet or just missed the stream, this is why this deck won Boston or like went second place in Boston. I would say that it did win considering 5 out of the 7 Vanitas decks went top 8.
Yeah,
so overall.
No, we're playing we're playing all or nothing rules. You get first or nothing.
Okay.
No, it's definitely something as well as kind of seeing that this is exactly what this deck wants to do. It is get to 3, put pressure on your opponent, and I don't think you can really ask for a better situation here where you have both Dilu and Vanitas on board ready to go. So now your opponent's looking at having to eat through both of those to be able to deal with your board. And then as well, if they don't, 6 damage a turn is nothing to laugh at, especially when you only have a 19 life health pool.
Yeah, and that is the max because even if Rick Rage played the level 2 Dialchan because of Ignis Deus, they cannot level up anymore. So
Yep.
it is not going to go up. Fractal of Insight coming out, being arrested immediately on enter to Glimpse 2. Rick Rage thinking what he can do. What do you think his outs are? Because I don't see how he can stop what's happening right now.
So for this list, this is where it gets real rough. It's he would have to have another shimmering refraction because he needs to deal with the Dilu. The Dilu has to leave the board. The other thing that he has to do is essentially be able to pop the Terrafring here, deal with the Dilu, only allowing really Vanitas to come in is really the only option. And then at this point, have to go for a kill. Now, at this point, having to do 14 damage, it's not impossible, but it is not in a spot you want to be, especially into this list.
Yeah, it is very tough. He's very lucky that Faceless Menace only has an influence of 3 right now, so he can only attack once. So he does have next turn guaranteed, even if he doesn't have the Shimmering Refractions. And like you said, he has to take care of the Dilu here, and just do whatever he can to keep stopping damage. But Vanitas having the built-in attack stat is insanely powerful in general, I think. But in this matchup,
having your opponent just always have 3 at the ready is something really rough. Because I mean, there's been times I've been playing against Lorraine's that have a sword in play, and I fracturized the sword just so I did not have to deal with it every turn. So the fact that Vanitas gets to do this regardless is pretty rough.
Yeah, it's opponent removal or nothing.
It's got 1 speed and it's go. That's it.
Yep. No stop. All gas, no brakes. There is no stopping Vanitas. So do you think in general the Dialchan is favored in this matchup? Is it 50-50 or is Horse and Taxes just too powerful?
So I think aggro is actually one of the decks that is actually very positioned to, if you I wouldn't say high roll, but if you play your game plan correctly and you can just get all your pieces on board and just go for a kill, I think you have a shot to just kill Vanitas because Vanitas doesn't really have a lot of answers to protect themselves, especially in this situation where that we're seeing a shieldmate's one of the few things on the board. Obviously, with Dao-Chan, you don't really care about shieldmate. You're going to go over it. So a lot of this matchup is going to be setting up those fractals, as we talked about earlier, being able to hit, not only be able to use your um, damage in terms of being able to use a lot of the pings to kind of whittle them down, but also go for that one big turn. And I think that's what Dao Chan's going to have to start looking at here is set a bunch of fractals on board and just go big in one turn. But overall, I think it's going to be you need to go first into this matchup and you need to
Yeah.
pressure them very, very quickly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like we saw just now, Rick Rage played a glowing conflagration, which still dealt like 6 damage to Vanitas. Or he had 5 Fantasias on board, but it just wasn't enough because he didn't have that early game push that he really, really needed, or the answers for the Dilu. Because even though Dilu didn't like do most of the heavy lifting, it still dealt a crazy amount of damage. So
Yeah, and
it's tough.
6 damage a turn is not something to laugh at. In
Yeah,
that,
absolutely.
it is a very rough thing. And kind of looking at sideboards here, looking at what we have here, there's not much we're probably going to see the Fire Dalchan bring in this matchup. We're probably likely going to see maybe the Crystalline Destinies come in as another way to prevent some attacks coming in. And I don't think we're going to see the Dustlight Communion come in this matchup.
Yeah, there is. Well, that's a really interesting question because while we were talking about how Vanitas on its own also deals 3 damage, he does need the horses to be able to push to that damage threshold. But it's a very does Rick Rage think about the fact that Pride 3 is so important to the horses? Because red hair can be red hair can be turned on with Volda. Oh wait, no, Volda's an automaton. I forgot Volda's an automaton. It cannot. So will he think about and remember Pride 3 is on those horses? Because I feel
It
like
is something because it also does turn off the Verucan Acolytes as well for the damage.
true, yeah.
So it's actually we could see him come in. This might be the spicy tech that they're thinking about, and as well as because this is a Fantasia, you are gonna get some bonuses in the deck by it being a Fantasia. So we could see Dustlights come in here.
First time in a long time since Baby Gray got banned and slimes were big. Actually, the last time Chess Club won with a deck was the last time Dusklight was played everywhere.
Chess Club, the ones that make the team that makes Dustlight Communion relevant.
Or arguably their one nemesis and downfall, Dusklight Communion. You should just have Dusklight in your sideboard just to be sure if that Chess Club, you beat Chess Club when a new set comes out.
As an avid slime player still to this day, I will make a PSA now. Dustlight Communion does not help in this matchup. It's not a good card. It does nothing. It's not. It's just not worth
wow. Wow. You're such a scammer. Such a
it's definitely it's definitely we'll see how much because the Vanita still is going to be hitting him, but being able to turn off almost at that point it's 12 of their allies at least for doing damage.
Yeah, well, it's the majority of their damage dealing allies are just turned off. Because what else do they have? They have Impact Hammer, obviously, but that's for your champion. They have Liminal Guide if you count that, and you can Undying Dreams your Liminal Guide. It becomes a 3/4 for a turn.
Yep, and it does.
That's it.
Yeah, and it does turn off Beast Soul Visage as well. That's also something that you also consider. Is you can't just get that free Regalia for a +2.
Yeah. Yeah, my math is hard. I care more about how much damage they deal, but Liminal Guide does become a 3/5 for a turn. And both of the players already decided Rick Rage going first, as you predicted as well, it being extremely important in this matchup. Still thinking about how to glimpse. I
Yeah,
think.
and I think the mirror match is really one of the few matchups where I think you're cool with Vanitas going first because you want to be the one to clear the board.
Even then, it's tough. It's like, who draws better? Only keeping 2 cards. Now, would you say that is fortunate or unfortunate?
I've been on the receiving end, and it's keeping 2 cards is usually means you probably keeping like one of your key pieces in your hand and one piece of interaction. Is most of the time when that happens. But in this deck where you're not really needing a dungeon guide and it's more of just getting the fractals out, I'm assuming 2 of those were fractals. And yep, digging for the
Oh,
death light.
immediately the Dustlight comes out. That's what they were digging for. They're properly digging for, I think. If they
And we're seeing
did rest the Fractal of Insight, I believe they forgot to glimpse for it. They were so locked in on the Dustlight that they did not glimpse.
yeah, they did it for the death
Oh,
light.
they
I
cost it
believe.
for cost. Okay. Because it happened so fast, I wasn't sure, but no, it makes sense. Fragmented Spirit only drawing 6 cards.
Oh, listen, Rick Rage was so happy about drawing both of those. But he went so fast. We were about to become FTC commentators here.
We're back
about to
in
be-
the days.
We're about to be casting some tech in here.
right before we even were casting things. Shoo. It's a bit glimpse of what it was like back in the day. Faceless Menace having a slower start with the Stalwart Shieldmate. Do you think this game is lost for Faceless Menace now, considering most of their allies don't do anything anymore?
I will say it's a lot slower. It is a lot slower to try to win now, and not seeing and not having in this case, which we could be there could still be like maybe a creative shock that they're going to use to kind of filter some cards, but not having that really crucial kind of replacement card like 1-for-1 kind of turn 1 can feel kind of bad. But because Faceless Disarm with an 8 card hand kind of makes up for it. But I'm definitely going to say with the Dustlight already hitting play, we'll see, but it's gonna be rough and into a deck that has a potential just to burst in one go.
Yeah, it's pretty over. But and what I'm looking at Faceless Menace's deck, and while it has been slightly adjusted, and he plays like Vainglory Retribution, he has the main deck Volda. He is not prepared for the Dusklight Communion. He thought of everything except Dusklight.
Listen, it's and even this point where we actually seen this list, the fluffy shopkeepers actually got to cut down. So we're seeing this as what looks like to be a little bit more aggressive Vanitas list. Even it was weird to say it is already, I would say, getting rid of your whole hand is already pretty aggressive. But yeah, I don't really see an easy way out from this besides we're gonna be on that clock of 3 damage a turn, and hopefully I get there.
Oh, Dungeon Guy coming out. So yeah, here now, Faceless Menace really does have to start pushing the level up so he can start dealing damage. A Liminal Guide and a red hair going out. Hasn't been lucky, but I guess somewhat lucky considering he does have the red hair and the Diluent Banishment now.
Yep, and we're thinking about the 2-drop, which if we have the 2-drop,
Level 3 time.
we're seeing some thought happen.
Thinking hard. I completely understand. Like I feel like if I know I don't really have the answer in this matchup, I might just concede, but Faceless Menace does already have a win on the board. He does also have his Briskwind Trotters, his Fluffy Shopkeepers. It has allies. It's not like he doesn't have anything. It's just going to be a long and grindy matchup.
Yep, and we see the buff counter actually going on the Star Shieldmate, which does actually give it attack base. They can attack now. Did we do for 1 or did we? Looks like we may have forgotten a second buff counter.
Yeah, it seems they're not super familiar with the deck, but oh wait, he's level 2 only. So the -1 from Dustlight Communion makes
Oh, I
it
didn't
so
even
that
think about
first
it.
Rage
Oh,
Rider doesn't get the second
whoa.
buff counter. Damn.
Man,
That
wow,
deck is
okay.
extra nerfed. It's like missing the
Wow,
leg and
okay.
an
All
arm
right.
now. No.
Oh,
Painful, painful.
no.
Now, imagine if someone foresaw the coming of Vanitas before Boston. This is what we would have had. This is how it would have gone.
Listen, I can only imagine Chess Club's face if you sit there and you go, I have the deck for this meta, and your opponent goes, just like Communion. You go,
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
It's over. Yep, yep. It's like if someone from Chicago went into a coma, woke up today, and looked at Rick Rage's list and was like, "Oh my God, Slimes is still a problem." Except it's
Except we're
ponies.
turns out,
It's
nope. It was
it's
horses all along.
horses. Yep.
They're in my mobile games and now they're relevant in my card game again.
Do you think that's where Chess Club got the inspiration of like, wait a second,
I
everyone's
like to
super into
imagine.
horses now?
I like to imagine the pickle sword is sitting there, like can't put the game down and is like, I need to make a deck for Boston. What can I make? Yeah, just throw some horses in there. That's Benitez, I
Mm.
guess.
Yeah, there's this game everyone's playing. All right, there's this game like everyone on Chess Club also plays the horse game. So same old, same old.
Yep, and we're looks like we're seeing the terraforming, so we're definitely playing this how we should here at this point. Slow this game down, force these attacks to be a little bit lower. But I will say, in defense of Menace here, he has somehow gotten it back to 6 damage a turn.
Yeah, it's like one horse on board technically, and Vanitas, but that's kind of insane. He definitely got very very lucky with no Ravenous Pyres or Poisonous Apple coming out early here.
Yeah, well, yeah. Definitely a little bit easier, especially not having that 10 damage being taken away from you.
Yeah.
And it looks like, and that's a lot of fractal. That's a lot of Fantasias on play too. This I'd be sweating a little bit here.
Yeah, we're back. Oh no, it's coming. It's the inevitable. It is inevitable. Your loss is inevitable, and the glow ring conflagration into double shimmering is coming.
Yeah, I do like the Dustlight tech, but it does look like this deck still, as we said, 12 of the allies got turned off, but we found the other 12.
The other 12, yep. All those little ones do add up. They do add up. But I think so. I personally don't really like Fragmented Spirit because you go -1 card. And I think that is what's really holding Rick Rage back right now. Even though he does have a lot of fractals. Only 2 of them are reservable, and I mean a lot of Fantasias. Only 2 of them are reservable. So he's like his hand is not that great. But what's your opinion on playing the Fragmented Spirit?
So it's something that I think it's more of a, I really like it if you're going to go for more of the high roll style package. So if you're going to turn one that Fire Bloom Flourish, I like it a lot more, where you're going to have that way to kind of keep that influence running through the deck. But the fact that we're now 2 games, I think, I don't think we've seen a Fire Bloom Flourish in game 1 or this game. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the situation. I like it when we get the Fire Bloom, but if we don't see it, it just feels bad because it feels like you're just constantly playing a card behind.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I agree. Oh, Acolyte of Cultivation. That's a really, really nice card. You don't see it often. Would you like to remind us what it does?
Yeah, sure. So the Acolyte, actually going to pull up the exact number on it, but with Acolyte of Cultivation, this is actually a ally that, if you've activated a spell card this turn, it'll cost three less to activate. Meaning that if you're playing this style where you're playing one spell and then being able to follow up with something else, you essentially can play this card for 1. And with it being a 2/3, is really nothing to really laugh at. So you're essentially getting a 2/3 for 1. And normally in this situation, it would be great because we could clear off that Stalwart Shieldmate. We could start and clear rest of the board. But in this situation, with the Stalwart having that buff counter, it gets a little bit harder, which we saw a little bit a second ago with that interaction between Faceless and Rick Rage was, hey, I've got taunt on the 2/3.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Paritas is happy. Uma Musune Paritas is there. All right. And yes, we don't have to skirt around the name of the game anymore. It's an Uma Musume inspired deck, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
We only do the best here at Serene Productions with the excellent Photoshop work with as we go in with the special week Vanitas.
Yeah. Also, we were like, yeah, this game is cooked, but Rick Rage has 14 damage scanners. I would just like to throw that out there real quick.
Yeah, it's the level 3. What I will say, we were like, man, we're popping off when this Dustlight Communion came out, but I'm not sure if it was maybe foresight in the situation, knowing that Dustlight was coming or like the Dust Guy was going to be a problem, but now having that Star Wars Shieldmate out with a buff counter kind of made up for not being able to play any of the other horses.
Yeah, there is still a horse on board, so the deck is living up to its name. There is horse, there is taxes, and there is 6 damage every turn. So like nothing really changed. It was just a lot more resources to get there.
Yeah, I will say I think if especially if Rick Rage had a little bit higher health pool, this play might have been like especially a lot stronger.
Yeah.
But I think at this point it was just the unfortunate situation of we did turn off part of the deck, but as we said, the horse is still there. May not be as big as the other horses, but at the end does not matter. It's living up to its name.
There was a will, there was a way, and Faceless Menace is playing Uma Musume and Grand Archive at the same time.
Oh, that's why we have the special life tracker on the board. The phone's currently off to the side.
Yep.
Currently rolling those sparks right now.
Yeah, gotta keep on grinding. There's the Rococo coming out from Rick Rage trying to at least start dealing some damage, but unfortunately, Faceless Menace had the Stifling Trap and 2 others.
And he shows him 2 more Stifling Traps.
Oh
no.
So Dusklight, good. It slowed Faceless Menace down a lot, but he also still had the answers. He started playing the other horse, the very buff looking horse that made everyone else buff. And even though he only got 1 buff counter off of it, it was a very strong card, Horses,
and we could tell they're now just kind of like, yeah, at this point I think that's the game that they're calling it there. But you could definitely tell their banter right now. They're probably bantering back and forth, being like, man, I thought I had you with the Dustlight.
Yep. He did have it for a bit. It wasn't like, it came out of nowhere. Or like, the death is always inevitable, but it came very, very slowly and gradually, right?
Yeah. It was definitely, it was kind of cool to see the Dustlight Communion kind of really come back. And you said, apparently if Chess Club makes a deck, Dustlight Communion is one of the counters to that deck for some reason. So
they just I don't know, it's their nemesis. They figured out that as long as only Dustlight can beat their deck, they are good. They're happy, they're content, and they can go to 1 Ascent, get most of their team into the top 8, and then be happy. Everyone got their spirits, everyone gets their product, and there's a fun crack party, and they can be like, yeah, we cooked hard this event, guys. And they did. Ponytas is a crazy deck. Never would have thought about it.
Listen, it's after Boston, they went out for steak dinners. They're like, Or like, no, is it like we're eating good tonight? We're done with McDonald's this time. No more Boston McDonald's. We're getting that steak. Yeah, this is a deck that it is something that we see that we've taught. I think been talked about multiple times now since Boston. Is the deck does have counters. The
Yep.
deck is very vulnerable to water. It is very vulnerable to early game defenses, things like Fluffy Shopkeeper, Stalwart Shieldmates, essentially anything with taunt or intercept. Of course, library witches are another very good one to play into this. Anything to be able to stop that Vanitas from hitting you is a great thing to see. But man, watching the deck just go off like this, and it's just like, man.
Yep. Yep. And it's like it didn't even pop up like crazy this game, like a second game. After Faceless Menace leveled up to level 3, he already had all of the moment he leveled up to level 3, nothing changed on his side of the board. He was just like, all right, swing. Everyone gets rested. Everyone go to sleep, hit them, go pass the turn. Go to sleep, hit them, pass the turn. And that was the gameplay loop, and there was just nothing that could be done about it. The Outchance sat there and was like, oh, there's nothing that it was. I feel like it was also very unfortunate that nothing came up. It was such an empty hand, because as if they could have just cleared the board a bit, it would have been a lot more comfortable. I think they would have had a lot more leeway.
Yeah, and I think the idea was the acolyte was there to clear out the board, but we kind of forgot that when I terrafring you, I unfortunately mean you're not going to attack me. So that Stalwart Shieldmate still has taunt. So and it being now a 1/3 instead of a 2 was it's
Yeah,
heartbreaking. It's real heartbreaking.
that's why it's a fair and balanced guard, because it's a 0/2. But then a horse comes and is like, nah, I gotta break you, and bam, bam. 1/3
Always
taunt
those
with floating
horses.
memory. Always is.
And we even saw in that game after the Dustlight got played, we saw both Dilu and Red Hair get banished as well. Kind of like as to say, like, I don't need them. Like, what are you
Yep.
gonna do to me? Does it look like I care? It was
Didn't matter.
yeah, we didn't. Unfortunately didn't get to see the Vainglory get played. We didn't get to see too many of the new cards really come into the list. But it is this deck is always still fun to see. I think Caben may have put it best when he talked about this list. It is the most linear deck that we have seen in all of Grand Archive, but it is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, yeah. It's like slimes, but more fun. And but for now at least it's more fun, because it doesn't come from a recollection, so we're not like it's still very unique, and there are still many ways to play it. Like I feel like if it's a slower matchup, you can min max it so you don't lose as many cards for leveling to level 3, or you can just send it and then horses and then more horses and then just be swapping horses all turn long. It's fun. He's not wrong. You're not wrong.
It is a very fun deck, and it is something that as well is we talked about prior to this. There is a counter spell. It's like Regal. I'm forgetting the name of it.
Expulsion.
Regal Expulsion.
Regal Expulsion.
I am ready for one Vanitas to go to level 2 and just super confident, give me like 1 to 3, and opponent goes, Regal?
Are you sure?
You sure?
Yeah, our producer Tyler Wansila was like, you'll just say Regal go next, and I feel like that is probably what's gonna happen, because they banish everything and like, let's go, I'm gonna start taxing you, and then they are like, oh, never mind.
Never mind. Let's move on. Yeah, and
Yep.
it is a very fun deck, and I think this is going to be a deck where we are going to see people start running more answers to it, but it's always going to be that boogeyman, where it's kind of like how we were when we had to deal with like erupting back in the day. We had to deal with fractals, obviously, as well with the meta.
Yep.
Is it's a deck that you can start seeing answers to it. You have ways to start dealing with it, but the more you take out those answers, the more that deck becomes relevant. So it's kind of a situation of now every time you're deck building, you're like, man, this deck looks great. And then you look at it and go, I need fluffy shopkeepers.
The cute horse girl faced Vanitas is going to haunt everyone's dreams and everyone's deck building for quite a bit. But it's like slimes and like fractals, like you said. It's like all of these boogeyman decks, but that you had to think about until something came up that where they that actually not even the deck specifically necessarily broke. Like Lost in Thought was used by every water deck. Baby Gray was used by every single deck. Erupting, I think, is the only one that was only abused by Erupting. That all of these cards got banned because of something else and not necessarily the boogeyman deck. Because as long as you have answers, these decks
Yeah.
are fine.
Yeah, and I know like during Boston there was a lot of like comments and stuff going around, especially being like, is this deck toxic? Is this deck, is it unbeatable? Are we at what are we at the ban? Is Vanitas 3 too strong? And it's like, no,
No.
like it is a deck that got positioned very, very, very well in the meta. It was a situation where I am also at fault for it. I got very greedy. Like the meta got slower, and I'm like, if you're gonna take your time, I'm gonna take my time. And then of
Yup.
course you got Luxem, who's like, well, if you're going to take your time, I'm going to take my time. And then you had this deck being like, if you're going to take your time, you're going to start paying your taxes. And it's like, well, crap. Now we're back. We're back here to stage one. I guess we're not doing that. And I'm running 8 fluffy shopkeepers, and you can't stop me.
Yeah, and it's like everyone got greedy, but then you think about it, Vanitas one usually they materialize it. So Frostbind, Regal Expulsion, any negate that says negate any card can stop it. And then you can play Resolute Stance. You can even play. Oh, I wanted to say Deflecting Edge. Deflecting Edge is one cost. Just prevent the next 3 damage. You play that, you're not taxed anymore. So there's a lot of answers. People just got so greedy with getting the maximum value and just being like, I don't really need protection if everyone's playing level 3. That the deck just had this moment in time where it was perfect. It did what it had to, topped Boston, and now people are going to start playing answers for it, and it's not going to be as powerful. And then Henki's going to come up with something, and then he's going to be like topping a few events with it again, just like with slimes, you know? It's same old, same old.
Yeah, Hanky's going to show up and he's like, I've cracked the code. And it's like, we're like, what is it? And he's like, 70 allies. They can't stop me.
More horses. He's gonna play 3 color horses, 3 element horses. Jiang Yu's coming. Jiang Yu. The horse is gonna come out. The water horse is gonna come out. I forgot its name because I don't think I've really seen, like, other than what our 2 decks play in. It's my least favorite horse as well. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's Dilu, red hair, and then like forgotten water horse.
the forgotten water horse. We're just wait until we get next set when we get like the crazy water unique chessman. That card's coming back. I know it.
Oh no, we're gonna be cooked.
Oh,
It's gonna be
we're gonna.
water horse everywhere.
Oh, hopefully. It'd be cool to see kind of like that's where I kind of want to see is like water allies kind of start coming into their own. I'm like, we're getting there. We have already seen. I know in nationals, my run ended to a water unique allies that I completely had forgotten about that deck, and I swung into the Mortal Ambition, and I was like, "Yep, you got it."
Yep. That's how I felt like playing Mortal Ambition in Toronto. As like it was actually Varita's decks as well, and they just swung into me with like dominating strike, and I was like, Mortal Ambition, retaliate for 10, GG. And they're like, what are you doing? What's happening? I'm like, yep. It's what you think. I'm just playing the game, you know. It's a fair and balanced thing.
you completely forget about that card. I do every time. I'm now on a point where I've trained myself where I see like more than 2 unique allies on board. I'm like, how many cards in hand? And they're like 1. I'm like,
1 is more than 0, you know?
yeah, is it worth losing my board for? It's like, yeah, I'll go for it. Why not?
If you're I think it's the scariest if you're attacking with your champion, because it's over. Yeah, it's like you can very easily miscount and just die to trying to kill your opponent.
And it's one of those things. It's always when you decide to swing with like Lorraine on a sword for 1, and you're like, oh, just poke him for 1, and they're like,
Mortal Ambition?
Mortal Ambition retaliate for 12, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. And then you have to
Yeah.
go tell your friends like, how'd you lose? And you're just like, I quit. I just gave up.
Yeah.
I didn't want to play anymore. And they're like, you got Mortal Ambition? I'm like, yeah, I got Mortal Ambition.
Con. You've been mortaled to death. Yeah, that's how I felt a few games when I was playing Mortal Ambition, of like basically from round 4 onwards I was on win-and-ins. So everyone, it was like this last chance for everyone I played against. And I won multiple games because of Mortal Ambition, and I could see people's like dreams and hopes and dreams just get crushed. Especially the people playing the 3 visits Vanitas deck. I felt bad. I'm going to be honest with you. I felt a tiny bit bad.
Listen, there's a whole story involved in that. We drove into Toronto from Detroit, and man, it was like I got there and then had to play that Vanitas list for the first time, and I was like, I'm really happy I'm here. I'm really happy I drove out here.
Yeah, I had friends telling me, yeah, we're gonna play Vanitas in Toronto. I was like, okay, buddy, you can just tell me what deck you're playing. Who am I gonna tell it to? I have to be respectful and not leak. And then they actually played Vanitas, and I was like, what the heck is happening?
That is a secret that did not stay closed for very long. 'Cause I think
Yep.
90% of that field was Vanitas. And we actually have a funny story about Vanitas and DFW. Is we tested that list when it got shown like really early on, and we have a local who we now have a joke because of this, that he played the list, and he's very, very good player. Played the list and low rolled the deck so badly an entire day at a local that he was like, yeah, I think this deck is only good if you high roll. I just don't feel it. And then we're like, yeah, I think we agree
so
with you.
unlucky.
And it was literally just unlucky. We got to Toronto and we're like, yeah, the deck's good.
Wait a second. Oh no. Yeah, the moment you had 3 visits, you won the game basically. Recovery 3, deal 6 damage in the meantime. Casual, fair and balanced things happening.
That by the end of that event, I think the question was, when your opponent plays their second Razor Gill, you just say, how many 3 visits you got? And they're like 3, and you're like, okay. Go to next.
Yep, scoop it up, go next. GG's.
Let's move on. Yeah, no, it's really cool to see like Vanitas list here just like come out of nowhere. I think Vanitas is like, I want to continue to see Vanitas be the boogeyman of these formats, of just like not like a meta deck per se, but just kind of out of nowhere, just be like, yeah, this deck is pretty good, and then like slowly falls off the map, and you're like, oh, I really hope Vanitas doesn't come back. So every time a new set comes out, you kind of have to be on the lookout, being like, is he here?
I guess
Is
now
there Vanitas?
the chess club proved that is true. He is the boogeyman, and he will come back. Apparently, he's immortal.
he is the villain that shows up when you don't want him. You're like, I'm really happy that we just finished this entire battle. I'm really happy we're done. And then Vanitas is like, I'm here. And it's like, oh gosh, a season 2. I didn't like season 1. Now we're at season 3.
Now we're
This
in
is the
season
worst.
2, and there's actual spice in there. Put a bit of red chili peppers thrown in there for some extra fun stuff.
We're just gonna question anytime a mobile game becomes popular before a new Ascent. We're just gonna be like, what is Chess Club doing? What is it?
Yeah, new season. Wait, actually, new main set, because last time they were also on Vanitas, and then before that, well, I guess MRC was not a main set. It was a supplementary set, but still, you know what? I give them a pass for that, because they really started becoming a big team around the ALC. But your ALC, they had Luxem Xander, so every time a new main set comes out, we go to a new world, you gotta watch out for Chess Club. You gotta have those Dusklight Communions ready. You gotta know that, you gotta expect that there's gonna be 5 of them in the top 8. You gotta be prepared.
Oh, just the question before Boston's now just gonna be, hey, Pickle Sword, how many Chess Club members are coming to the Ascent? And like all of us, I'm like, okay, Okay, and then tell your team, hey, we're putting in 4 Dustlight Communions. We're main boarding them.
Main boarding Dusklights. Yep. Yep. That's the plan.
Yeah, and I think this is to merit to I think out of like the deck builders in Grand Archive, Pickle Sword is absolutely phenomenal when it comes to deck building, looking at the meta, kind of looking at a card and being like, this card is the best card in this meta, and we're gonna abuse it. He did it with Baby Gray. We saw him do it when we started seeing a lot more of the Luxem cards come into play, where the final piece kind of fell into their lap and was like, Luxem is good. And then, of course, we now see it here where they probably,
Yeah.
there's a very good chance Pickle Sword had his eye on level 3 Vanitas. He knew the taxation is very, very good from in almost any other TCG you would play. So probably just waiting and say, once we have the pieces together, once we have a format for this, we're full sending this. And we saw it. We saw it at Boston once again. So this is really cool to see.
Yeah, I think there's very few people who I could who are on the same level of being able to innovate as much as Pickle does. Because sure, they have some really nice, really good deck builders who consistently do well with their list, but none of the lists or none of the people really have as much like fundamental innovation and new things as Pickle has. Because Pickle and Chess Club as a whole was the one that really made Luxem good. Like the Luxem Xander as we know it today, they were the ones that pioneered the Serene Spirit, mostly Norm and Luxem deck back in ALC. They are the ones that now pioneered this specific Vanitas list, or like this Vanitas list at all. And they're the ones that really refined slimes, like the ratios, figured out what slimes are good. Though that is arguable because we already had the recollection. But when they all put their heads together as Chess Club and they are all on the same list, they do so well.
Yeah, it is definitely it's a team that plays very, very well. It is a team that they practice a lot as well. And it is cool. Is like I think I've got to meet Pickle the first time back in the first ever national. I got to stay at the Airbnb and being able to watch Pickle like kind of talk about the deck list and talk about kind of like where to make changes, kind of work with a lot of his team to be like, I think we should do this here. I think we should do this here. It was really cool to see, and it was really fun. And it's someone, and usually if I see him at an event, I'll come up and say hi if as long as the day's going well. If I know if the day's not going well, if I don't see many chess club members out on the floor, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave him alone today.
Yeah.
I don't think maybe it's the day, but no, this coming out of Boston, this was definitely a really cool. Like I was worried that it was just gonna be. We did see a lot of specters. We saw a lot of that fire, and I was really worried that was gonna be it that all we saw. But we did see a couple of breakout decks, and we got to see Jin also come out, which is
Yes.
really, really cool.
Yes. Which is very unfortunate that that vegan from Core TCG was the Jin that was closest to top 8. And then it really was him losing that round into top 8 and then the tiebreakers together that didn't get him there ultimately. It would have been very fun to see Jin. Yeah, it would have been very fun to see Jin in the finals, but unfortunately Jin couldn't best Vanitas. When they were flexing their muscles, ripping their shirts off, Vanitas just high rolled, he flexed better, his muscles were nicer. So we didn't get to see.
I've looked at those cards. He already has his shirt off from the start, so it's unfortunate. He was already ready, and I thought realist. Oh man, is this? Yeah, I think the problem is I think it might be the artist. I think Han Chu has made the card too powerful. That was the problem.
It's Han's the problem. Han's the problem.
Han made him too sexy. It was like
But
we should have
then-
toned it back a little bit.
But then any wind deck should be winning because Kaze is a very hot man as well.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough of them out there yet. That being said, round 1, if we would have seen that spirit be Kaze, 100% win wake up would have been like it would have been over in 2 seconds. It wouldn't have been we wouldn't have had to go on to a crazy game like Sub 2. It would have been game 1 and goes, you got it. I can't deal with that.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate situation. Would you like to take a quick break, NEETfull? Have everyone stretch their legs and drink some water.
Oh, I am down. So this is the 2 in a row. So I'm gonna take a good break here, and then we'll be back here in a little bit. So we'll see you guys here in a moment.
everybody, and welcome back to round 3 of today's Yeti Online. I always want to say regionals, but it's locals. I'm back here with PerfectKalcium. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you, Clem? I think there's a reason though that you have regionals on the mind.
Yeah, you're right. I'm doing well, but I do have regionals on my mind for a very specific reason. Saturday, we are going to have Cake Online Regionals streamed here on the Serene Balance Productions channel. If you want to play in it, it starts at 3 a.m. Central or 10 a.m. CEST, so Central European Summertime. If you are looking for the sign up link, there is a post in the Yeti online server in event announcements and with the link there, and that'll that will direct you to the server, and you can join the event right ahead.
Yeah, that is sure to be really really fun, and it's really cool that we're gonna go ahead and stream it here. I don't actually I must admit I don't exactly know who's casting it. I have to take a look again. But either way, it's gonna
going
be
to
really
be a star-studded cast with Garrett, Flawn,
great. Ooh.
and I feel bad because I forgot the third. And Freedom from New Zealand. So
Whoa,
it's going to be a very
awesome.
international cast.
Yeah,
Some
that's great.
people you don't see here often because usually they are busy at these times. So definitely, if you missed them, because they have all been here before, if you missed any of them, this is your time to come back, support, cheer them on, hear their beautiful voices once again. Because it's been a while. It's been a while for all of them. So be sure to tune in. If you are like in America and it's too early for you or too late for you, wake up, put on the stream, and fall asleep to their beautiful voices and come support us here on Serene Balance Productions still.
Yeah, no, that's 100% my plan. I'll set an alarm, wake up, put it on, and go. All right, let's just see what happens.
It's like when they say you have to sleep on your textbook for the knowledge to go into your head. If
Oh
you
yeah,
sleep with the stream on, you're sure to become a better GA player.
that is so genius. Okay, I gotta do it. Everyone on stream, you gotta do it, right? At this point.
Yep. You gotta come by.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So one thing we were chatting about before we just came back was, of course, that pony toss, right? The previous
Yep.
match there, being able to play through the Dust Like Communion is, I mean, for me, I was just like, wow, that's actually pretty hype. That extra buff counter making all the difference. And yeah, like you said, horses did come out. It lived up to its name, horsing and then taxing.
Or
And then, yeah.
this is you can't really say this on official streams, but my
Ooh.
preferred name is Pony Toss because it's just such a I love the horses. I love Pony Toss as a horse. Yeah, I'm a fan.
Are you a
And,
horse person? You're really into horses?
I'm a horse girl secretly. Yeah,
Horse
yeah.
girl.
But hey,
Oh,
who
good
doesn't
for
love
you.
Uma Musume? Okay, who doesn't love Uma Musume?
When that special week face, I was just like, this is good. This is really good. I need to find some sort of pun. And I couldn't do it. But I'm not all that great at puns. That being said,
Yeah, me neither. It's 100% stolen. I'm not even gonna pretend it's my invention.
no, you should. It's your innovation now. It's on stream. That's as good as
I
a
was
copy.
the first. Wait, no, I probably
one,
wasn't
yeah,
the
first
first
one to
one
say
that said it. I'm pretty sure it slipped by in Boston once or twice.
I believe you did. Yeah, actually, speaking of Boston, speaking of shirtless men, as we were before, you want to take a look at the gin deck from Boston? Because I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have stats for today. I don't know if there is a gin here today. But that being said, gin, just like Pony Toss that we talked about, being one of the sort of upstart decks of Boston.
Mhm.
So go ahead and pull it up here.
I was able to grab. There's statistics. Unfortunately, our beloved Super Mitch is on vacation right now. Hope he's enjoying himself. But there is no beautiful stats as always. But we do have some short stats that we can just talk about. We don't have to put it up. There is 2 Jins. There is 2 Rise, and there is half an Allen.
Half an Allen. Well, I do believe one of the Ryes is Wind Rye. I don't know what the other Rye is. And the half an Allen, yeah, we did take a small look at that before the cast here. So 2 Jins. Yeah, definitely. You know, I think people are after seeing uh after seeing its performance in Boston, I think people are definitely interested, right? In especially in a champion that isn't played a whole lot. Uh, and I think the biggest thing, and I think Kevin did talk about this, is that people aren't prepared for it. You know, when you level up into Jin, people sort of like, wait, can I read that card?
You're right. It's especially if you're a newer player that hasn't experienced when Jin came out, and that's why I feel like that there was a short period where people were really trying to make Jin work. Jin make work. My words are a mess today. Make Jin work, but then he didn't quite have the meta to get settled
Mhm.
comfortably into. But now he's back. He's playable with all the Ryle decks, all these level 3 funny stuff. He is in a very good position, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, you know, the game going on longer just sort of benefits Jin. And especially if your opponent doesn't know, they might play directly into your damage thresholds. And then, you know, punish themselves. And then suddenly they get double enraged, they lose the game, and they go, wait, what happened there? I just instantly lost. And yeah, I mean, we have a few Jin players locally. You know, I'm not immune from being enraged and being hit for 18 in one go. You know, it's just that's not really great. Uh, but of course, yeah, no, a pretty cool deck. Unfortunately, not making the top 8, but I think especially with these two players here today, people are hopefully much more willing to try it out.
Yeah, I really hope so too, because I love Jin. I love my boy. I love the lore of Jin as well, of like why he becomes immortal. He goes crazy, and then that makes him immortal, and I love the idea of that. So I just in general also want to see him, because the idea of a champion with immortality and having all that extra time and all that ability to get extra damage onto yourself
Mhm.
is amazing. So I love to see him. You know, I like to see how much damage a Jin can accumulate onto themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I haven't played very much Jin, but to be honest, I actually kind of like facing Jin. I think Jin offers a really interesting and unique problem space where I have to make sure that I have some level of response to actually win the game. Otherwise, you're
Yep.
just going to keep getting those extra turns, and I go, man, I really hope they just lose by themselves before they kill me, which is,
I
you know, unlikely.
yeah, usually Jin players are on the better side of the math people, you know. They usually can like calculate how much damage they need to take, because they need to divide by 4 and 5 quite a bit, and like add 3 damage and then do a lot of math. So Jin players probably, I feel like out of everyone, Jin players are the least likely to overdamage themselves. But speaking of Jin, we do have pairings up. I say speaking of Jin like I know that we're gonna play seeing Jin.
Well, let's have a look.
Unfortunately, no Jins right now,
No
but
Jins. All right.
it is both of these decks are hurting decks, and they both occasionally try and deal damage to themselves. Uh, we're gonna say a Fire Suzaku burn deck going up against Water Fractals the Outchan. Now, Water Fractals doesn't hurt themselves with that damage directly, but I feel like milling yourself is still hurting yourself, because if you mill those key cards, it
Oh, yeah,
hurts in the meow meow. You know, it's very
it's a mental
painful.
tax. It's a
Yeah,
mental tax
yeah.
whenever you see those cards go out. No,
While
for
your
sure.
champion doesn't take damage, you do in your mind.
Critical morale failure. That's a thing. That's a thing. You know, if your opponent just gives up, you know, still a win. Let's take a look. Looks like yeah, Fire Guoja, playing Peppered Chef. Definitely one of the things that we see, you know, very frequently.
I love Pepper Chip.
Hands
It's
up
such
for
a
Peppered
cute
Chef.
card. Yeah. It's such a cute card. And it's such a good card as well. I'm a Pepper Chef fanatic. When I realized that she's so good,
Mhm.
I screamed a little, you know. I did the little
Definitely. I remember we played a pre-event and I played a Peppered Chef actually against NEETfull, and he was like, "This is unfair. Where did you get this?" And I was like, "Out of a pack."
I just opened it, you know.
Yeah, I just opened it.
Fair and
Send me the
balanced
deck.
like always.
Yeah, very serenely balanced, in fact. And then, of course, our Water Dao Chan. Let's take a look at this deck. So, Water Dao Chan, obviously, a lot of changes, right, from previous, due to various bans and just sort of changes in the meta in general. Let's take a look. Anything interesting? We do see 2 Thronekeeper Bullfrogs being put in there.
I
Makes
love
a lot of sense.
frogs.
Everyone,
Give me more
yeah.
frogs. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that some of these frogs are actually super playable as well. Cause
Oh yeah.
when you see like, oh, there is this niche little card, and when you look at it immediately, like off the rip, you're like, it's cost so much, and it comes in hindered. Why would I want to play it? But then you play against it, and you're like, oh, I see.
Yeah, you play against, you go, well, I guess I can't get over this frog. What a problem. Looks like. All right. Our players are, I believe, choosing who's going first. So one more look at the deck list here. I think people won't be too surprised with anything in either of these deck lists. Uh, that being said, anything new? Anything crazy interesting?
Um,
Don't believe so. I think we'll see a
it
pretty,
looks like same old, same old.
yeah, pretty standard play from both of these decks right now.
Yeah, yeah. So literally, as we went into the game, from the looks of it, it seems like Chatterbox may have forgotten to unsideboard his deck right now. It was caught
Ah,
very quickly, like literally as the game
that's good. That's
started.
always good.
Yeah, but it's tough. But luckily, this is a friendly event where at at a locals level event, this is made to have people get comfortable with the game and get comfortable with their decks. So the penalty, especially if when caught super duper early like this, not too big. Both of the players are just calm, collected, fixing the mistake, and going back to the game.
Yeah, we are going to get a little time extension for that, which I believe is the hallmark of a Clem and Calcium
Oh
stream.
my god, you're so right.
I
Every
think,
time.
yeah, every time. Okay, all right, let's go ahead. So, Chatterbox starting us off with the Spirit of Fire. So, this Guoja, uh, what are we looking for in this Peppered Chef Guoja?
Anything to level up and then just start dealing damage. And right now, we're not looking for much. I feel like Suzaku is one of those decks where you can work with almost anything. Um except if you have like 4 Okokos, right? But most other things are a fairly good starting hand. Here for Chatterbox, I think seeing those peppered chefs already wouldn't be too bad. Um, some of the things you probably don't want to see yet is Blazing Throw, Heated Vengeance, Suzaku's Command, but even those are going to be really good if you have the Creative Shock to level up, right? But Chatterbox does play the Ryle package, so I think the dream would be to have the Ryle package immediately.
Yeah. Uh, for Dream on Kaze's side, we do see 3 fractals coming out, 2 Insight and 1 Fractal of Snow. So that's also, I think that Fractal of Snow might also potentially play a key role, especially on a Peppered Chef turn, being able to sacrifice itself to make sure that allies come in rested. So looking to stop a big turn potentially. See a Creative Shock coming out of Chatterbox.
That's like one
And
step down from the Ryle that he wants to see, but still being able to discard the Liminal Guide is really good because it guarantees that next turn he's going to be card neutral.
yeah, and in Chatterbox's deck, we do have the possibility to go to Guoja level 2 if needed. Seeing Ember Crypt Burn come out, and the Liminal Guide back on the field to draw a card. So that's going to put an ally on the field, as well as keep that hand up. So that Ember Crypt Burn, I think we definitely saw the strength of that card a few times in Boston. Seeing
Yeah,
it here come out, did we need that card, do you think?
um It very much depends. I feel like if you're Chatterbox, you're not sure, but you can get by definitely without it. The 2 damage for the counter is very important here because you do want to push as much damage as possible, seeing that Kaze already has 3 fractals on board. Vermilion Decree also coming out.
Yep.
Imbued. Oh, there's the
Ooh,
Ryle.
Ryle. Yeah, that's pretty good. Showing a Ryle, a Peppered Chef, and a Fiery Interference. So we're going to go ahead, get the damage, as well as the counters. Yep, there we go. Our quest counters.
Yeah. But at large, I don't think that the Ember Crypt Burn getting banished is going to hurt Chatterbox too much right now.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And there we go. So that was pre-recollection. We're going to go ahead and get that extra quest counter out of the Ruby Fatestone. Oh my god, going in for 1. Already pushing this fractal deck to 5 damage counters. So those 3 fractals, yeah.
The Chatterbox playing Undying Dream, is that why there's so much damage?
So the Vermilion actually, so there was no other ally on Kaze's side. So the extra 2 there is actually representing the damage that Vermilion dealt to the ally in order to gain 2 quest counters.
Oh, that is so smart. I didn't even think about it that much. You're so right. It does get the quest counters out.
And we're seeing that push already here with this Peppered Chef. Liminal Guide, a fantastic target, right, for Peppered Chef. Going in for 4 and then passing back. So already 9 damage counters on this Spirit of Water here.
Yeah,
If you are Kaze, what are you thinking? You know, that's quite a lot of pressure here.
I would be sweating because even though he had a really, really good start, this deck is a bit slower, and so far he hasn't really been able to stop any of the damage. The Suzaku will keep dealing damage here every single recollection. And after that, like, once the Suzaku flips, even if you have a million Frostbinds, it doesn't matter because you're guaranteed to have damage, and Suzaku is very, very hard to remove. All of the Fate Stones, all of these, the fabled Fate Stones, very, very, very hard to remove. So.
Oh, we see that Nullifying Lantern coming out.
Ooh, that's probably.
So that does stop a few things, right? Obviously, it does stop Suzaku from coming back onto the field if sacrificed or banished any other way. It does stop any Kindle, and it also hits that Restorative Flame that a lot of these Suzaku decks are playing. And Chatterbox is playing 3 of those. In this case, a Zhengzhou Way of Peace coming out for just our fractal cost, so we're able to go ahead and draw 2 cards.
It seems that Kaze is not too worried here about the how much damage he has already on him, seeing that he's choosing not to recover Zhang Jiao and just draws the cards, gets his influence very high, and then taking care of that Pepper Chef.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's more Zhang Zhao's. It would not be a huge worry if you were to go ahead and recover right here. That being said, Fractal of Rain coming out. Non-imbued, so we're not milling and or dealing ourselves psychic damage.
Yeah, no mental damage taken from seeing your good cards getting milled out here. I feel like taking care of the Pepper Chef is definitely very, very good, but it did its job. It came in, dealt 4 damage. Now Chatterbox is not too hurt by it being gone,
Yeah, for sure. And we still, of course, have that clock on the Ruby Fatestone. So, Kaze, thinking here with that extra reserve from the Fractal of Rain. Possible. And there are quite a few fractals, actually, or Fantasia, sorry, on the board. There are already 4. So, okay.
It's not quite enough yet for to take Goja down. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, Burst Asunder, not enough right now. We could see a few Shimmerings, though. That being said, passing back to Chatterbox, we're gonna bring out the Grand, or yeah, the Grand Equil. You always say it
Yeah.
right. I can't.
I cannot say it right either, but that's like if you can have any 1/2 sword, you just play that for having the the fancy, nice looking promo out, or do you think there's any reason in the world that you would play it over anything else, other than you just have it?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and Blazing Throw, and oh, okay, that's going to get Glimmering. So we have to pay an extra 4 here to have that go through.
Mm.
And we did get one more quest counter from the Recollection off the Ruby Fatestone. Blazing Throw. See if it goes through. I believe Chatterbox does have enough to pay for it, but if there's another big play this turn, all right, yeah,
Oh, he
pay
is.
for pushing that spirit to 14.
Yeah,
One,
getting the counter. I believe.
I believe that Chatterbox did unfortunately miss
Yeah, he did. He
attacking.
did.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure when things were happening, but then I realized Blazing Throw is a slow card, so the only time he can play it is his main phase.
yeah. So a little unfortunate there, possibly missing the 15 needed for lethal, but that will almost certainly force. Yep, we're gonna see a
The
level up.
level up. Yup. Let's see.
I
Mm.
believe it's an unstable fractal that was banished. And now that we are, of course, a cleric, go ahead and get some class bonuses. Oh, we're going to fast cure. And this is almost certainly going to go through. Unfortunately, that fire interference, I believe in memory.
Yeah, even if it weren't, even if it, I mean,
Yeah.
if he has it, definitely memory. Even if he had it in hand, unfortunately, just doesn't have enough cards to play in. His influence is, while high, it's all down in his memory. So
Yeah, we might look back in a little bit here and see that glimmering refusal was actually the turning point.
very well
Sing Xiao,
could
coming
be.
for 1.
It definitely slowed Chatterbox's momentum because he could have taken the game home if he didn't, if he was able to play more than one card.
Yeah, Kaze passing back. Looks like they're going to hold up a decent amount of interaction. And we, of course, have those fractals out to pay for anything. So
Yeah.
let's see.
So
Yeah.
it's a very scary looking down Kaze here for Chatterbox, seeing 3 fractals awake and 4 cards in hand. That's anything can happen. There could be another glimmering refusal. There could be a sudden shimmering refractions, or really almost anything happening. Why is he
Hmm.
showing off his graveyard here? Because there's a nullifying lantern. Oh, so the judge did go in for the 5 quest counter conversation, whether it's 3 or 4. I do believe that he did have the Vermilion Decree giving him 2 counters trigger correctly, because it's 2 separate instances of damage, but only forgot the Suzaku trigger, or like Suzaku also giving him a Fabled Ruby Fatestone, rather, giving him another quest counter here.
Yeah, we're going to see an Impact Hammer be materialized. And that's, of course, another way to get a quest counter. Going to grab one more and go up to 6 from Recollection from the Fatestone. And it's a little difficult to see.
He
So
did
one
not
big
forget the
thing,
Suzaku trigger.
yeah,
The
didn't
Ruby
forget it this time.
Stone.
Yeah, very important, of course, being already at 6 counters. Guoja using the Impact Hammer, looks like, to come in for 2. Getting an extra counter, it should be. Let's see.
So
All right.
seeing if Kaze has any responses to the Fabled Ruby Fatestone trigger here. seems he didn't have anything. But do you think he's baiting, or is he actually holding up interaction and thinking about what to do here?
I could definitely see trying to bait out Suzaku, and the big thing there is that lantern, right? All right, here comes Suzaku, but there are enough Fantasia on board that we could go ahead and hit Suzaku with, one of our interactions that's gonna go ahead and deal more than 4, and I believe we're gonna see that here. 2 down. We could see a refracting missile, or there we go, a refracting missile. So that's gonna go ahead
Exactly
and
as you
hit
called
Suzaku for
it.
5. Yeah, and with that lantern out, we cannot bring Suzaku back to the field, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
Wait, are
oh
they rewinding? Is he taking it back?
yeah, I believe the players are.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Suzaku does
okay.
have a spell shot after he fixed, and well, refracting missile is a spell.
That's right. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well,
What? Yeah, I mean, that's why. I mean, if you had a 4/3 that died so easily, it would be very very scary and very tough. There's a discrepancy in life totals, but I do believe that Kaze's 17 damage scanners is the correct number. There's the
so
refracting
we're
missile.
still gonna see the refracting. It's gonna go to
Straight.
Chatterbox's face, I believe.
Gorgia is the only thing that can be
Yeah.
targeted here, so she is going to get refracting missile up to 12 damage scanners now. It's a very tight game. Both of these players playing very low to the ground, very low level decks.
Yeah. Okay, we see the Ember Cup burn. So that, if the 17 life is correct, would finish. However, we're going to see another Glimmering refusal. And
Once
I believe
again,
this time there's not enough to pay.
yeah, that's very unfortunate for Chatterbox. Him doing that 2 thumbs up to be like, all right.
Yeah, I
Then
think, one big thing, especially if you've been playing a whole lot of Fire, is you still have to respect everything that water can do to you. Well, is it
yeah.
possible? Let's see here. We still have, if there is a Shimmering
Yeah.
in
The
memory.
cost was forgotten. The cost is being paid for the shimmering, I believe, right now.
There
Oh,
we go.
he just the die flew away. Okay, so the players are discussing life totals right now, seeing how much damage is on each champion, and then Chatterbox seeing if he can take the game home. I feel like that 2 damage, having 15 damage scanners in front of you is definitely a lot more daunting, and you have to be a lot. Oh, there's a Sparklight coming out. You have to be a lot more strategic with what you play and how you play your cards.
Yeah, for sure. So 17 with that Sparklight coming out would finish the game, I believe. And
Now, are they talking about timings? Because I
I
believe
believe they are.
this is in response to Kaze playing the Shimmering Refractions.
Yeah, one thing to note, the Shimmering would only deal 4 in this case. Okay, yes.
Yeah. All right. So it
Like,
seems
the
that
timing is good.
it was enough, and they agreed that it was 17 damage on Kaze, and then the Sparklight came in to finish out the game, giving Kaze a loss for this game. Chatterbox and Suzaku Goja taking this first game home. Not much has changed in these decks since the release of DTR. They're the same old reliable.
Yeah, definitely, seeing the pioneering of the Goja deck. There's something too different here. Let's take a look at the sideboard. We do see potentially a Shatter the Brittle coming in, as well as that Viridian Protective Trinket. Do we see any need for Varuk, Smoldering Spire, to come in? Don't believe there's any sort of prevention.
Yeah, it's more negates, more just preventing the card from resolving rather than preventing the damage here.
Yeah. That being said, Kaze does have a chance to bring in Crystallized Destiny. Almost certainly bringing in those Songs of Frost, and perhaps those Torpid Fractals. If Chatterbox attempts to go wide, we could see these Torpid Fractals come out to try and lock that down. And of course the Safeguard Amulet. I thought that was in main. It's not.
Same old reliable. You always have to have the Sacred Amulet there, and I feel like in the current meta game, a lot more decks will punch you in the face rather than spell you to death.
Mm-hmm. Spell Shroud on Suzaku. I will say one time I did have to double Stifling Trap a Suzaku.
Oh,
death,
that was
as
skill.
It was coming in. It's a skill, yeah.
That is so smart. Actually, I think it's worth it. If you have the Nullifying Lantern out, going into double Stifling Trap slows them down so much, and I think it also takes people off guard as well, because you're so confident, and you're like, yeah, I'm good. My Suzaku's safe, and then out of nowhere, double Stifling is not something you see often, It's also mental damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the Lantern coming out that turn, it is definitely something that when you're on, when you're playing the Suzaku side, you are pretty aware. And I think one thing we did see Kaze play the Lantern, I believe, that was their second or third materialization. So bring out pretty early to attempt to stop. Like we said, quite a few things actually are hindered or shut down by the Lantern. That being said, the extra Shadow of the Brittle coming in, potentially for Chatterbox might be useful.
Yeah.
But there are two already in the main. So
But you can never have enough against a Diao-chan deck. If they have the Lantern out and then they have protection for the Lantern, you gotta have as much hate as you can have. If they negate your first two shatter, having two Shatter the Brittles negated is not impossible, especially in a Water Diao-chan deck. So the more the merrier.
Yeah, I think the other thing is potentially timing those shatters to be sort of unexpected in order to place a card in a memory actually does change what Zheng Zhao does on enter. So there's some potential there. That being said, it does draw that card into memory, so that is something that Dao Chen can of course play with and use.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with letting Diao-chan draw into memory, because you never know what reactions they're going to come up with.
Yeah. So Kaze taking the first turn. Let's see if we can see another 3 fractal turn. Would be interesting. Fractal Rain coming out. Yeah. 1.
2.
Oh, this looks like 2.
2. Snow.
2.
All right, that's very good
Snow.
in this matchup. Even though there's 3. It's the
There's
dream.
3.
The dream has come true once again for Kaze. Hopefully he can capitalize off of it a lot better than last game.
Yeah. So this one is 3 different fractals this time. The last one being an unstable fractal. Take a look.
Yeah.
Chatterbox. I do see, I believe, an Undying Dreams in hand there. And it's a little hard to make out the rest. But if there's a Ryle, that's definitely something that we could aim for.
I do believe that there is oh no, it's not a liminal guide, unfortunately. I thought it was, but it's something else. I didn't see a man or like a person in the middle of the card, so no liminal.
Passing. So we might see a Creative Shock as well for just that Undying Dream Sensor coming out early. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good read actually on the, pick up all my cards and pass in Fire.
Yeah, the unfortunate part here with Webcam is that if we as casters can see someone's hand, their opponent can also see their hand. So
Yes. Yeah,
a
unfortunately,
while I don't think that Kaze played censor because he saw the Undying Dreams. Uh it's definitely like something that some people sometimes take advantage of. But censor is just such a good thing in a matchup where you know your opponent wants to go to level 1 as soon as possible.
yeah, and you have seen them. You know, you've seen the deck. You're probably very aware that they're on Creative Shock, as well as Ryle. We do see that Creative Shock pitching the Undying Dreams there. Kaze playing that Zheng Xiao to draw 2 cards with those 3 fractals. So that is the general dream. Chatterbox going to go to level up, Guoja level 1, and we're going to banish a Sparklight.
The winning card from last game going out here. What is Chatterbox going to do? He cannot guarantee his win anymore.
Oh no. Well, perhaps we do see the Verdian Protective Trinket in that material deck, so perhaps that will have to be our winning card for a bit there. And
It would help a lot.
yeah, I was just after being refused twice on some pretty, game closing cards, it is definitely believable that you would want to bring out your Verdian Trinket relatively early.
Yeah, both of those refusals were like extended Kaze's life by at least 1 turn. So it is definitely very relevant.
We're going to see a demolition here, prereq to get another counter. And it's going to be 3 into Kaze. And then we'll take 1 more from the Fate Zone and get our second quest counter. So looking pretty good. And there is this time an ally on Kaze's side that could be targeted by a Vermilion in order to get both counters. However, we're going to go ahead and pass.
That you're very, very right. So he doesn't have to hurt himself anymore or be reliant on having at least a liminal guy to get that second quest counter here.
Yeah, it looks like before end of turn, going to see. Okay, that's a pretty early shimmering for 3, but it's not, pushing Chatterbox to 5. You did see, if you're Kaze, you did see the level 2, but it's kind of unlikely. I think you might make the calculation that it's kind of unlikely that they're going to go ahead and level to 2 if they feel comfortable getting all their quest counters at 1. That being said, we're going to see the nullifying lantern. So Kaze definitely looking for the graveyard to do absolutely nothing.
It feels weird that Kaze was in such a rush to play that Shimmering Refractions so quickly when he's not going to use those cards to level up. But he also was just short on damage last game. He just wasn't able to push enough. So I understand the mentality behind pushing as much as you can here.
Yeah. Shisha coming in for 1, and then we're going to go ahead and do the same play where we're going to rest our 3 fractals and play another Zheng Xiao in order to attempt to draw 2 cards. We're going to see if that resolves.
Ah, there.
Like it is.
Hopefully this other Zheng Xiao will get removed. Yep. It's very important here. We don't want.
They are unique allies. So, and coming in for another 1.
Yep.
And okay, there we go. We're going to go ahead and see that Vermilion. Getting 2 quest counters as well. And I'm sure both 2 modes. 3 damage to the champion and 2 to the ally.
Well, I think Chatterbox was thinking a bit on whether to go for the damage or at least. Oh no, it was more so seeing if Kaze has an answer to the Vermilion or not.
Yeah. There would have been, I believe, enough cards. As long as no other Fantasia was played, and would have been fine, but it goes through, no problem. 2 more quest counters, pushing us up to 4. So this is still pretty even. No one's quite running away with it yet.
Yeah. Oh, a Fractal of Snow in Kaze's hand. Another one. So that, if Chatterbox starts printing allies like it's nothing, he can stop them for a few turns.
Yeah, definitely. That being said, I believe that is the class bonus, so we're probably going to see a level into Dowchan pretty soon. And Kaze looks like they're passing with 4 in hand.
Yeah, I was fully expecting Kaze to level up last turn to the Outchan with that Shimmering Refractions, but he had different plans. Understandable, honestly, because once Suzaku flips, you don't want to risk it dying and then coming back over and over again.
Oh, we do see that Viridian Protective Trinket coming out. So previously the 4 in Kaze's hand, perfectly good for a Glimmering, but that Trinket's going to go ahead and push that to 5, unfortunately. And oh, I'm unsure of that card.
Ember Crypt.
Oh, that is it. Oh, that is an Ember Crypt. Holding a little torch.
Yeah, Ember Crypt Burn. It looks so. All of these fire cards are also very similar. Like it could have been the old Blazing Throw. I can see it, but it is an Ember Crypt Burn having banished one of the Zhang Jiaos from the graveyard, dealing 2 damage here as well.
And getting us our 6th counter after Recollection.
Yeah.
So pretty important here. Just getting one more would be huge. And it's likely that Kaze has no way to negate anything that we're going to go ahead and play. At 10 damage counters, yeah, only 5 more. Suzaku presenting 4 by itself.
Yeah, it's
So, yeah.
terrifying to be Kaze here. Vermilion Decree.
Vermilion.
Oh.
We see a Restorative Flame, a Demolition, and one other card. But almost certainly the modes here are going to be 3 damage to player. And okay. Oh, there was that extra Fractal of Snow.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed it. We actually are able to play that Glimmering.
The refusal coming out refuses Suzaku from flipping over and starting to deal damage, and for Chatterbox to take away the game once more. You know what?
Yeah.
Got Kaze that extra turn, but now he does have to level up if he doesn't want to risk death.
Yeah, you were right. That Fractal of Snow was key, and I missed it.
It was the winning card. Now we're going to see Kaze running away with the game once again. Like you said, the Glimmering being the turning point here.
Yeah. We might, actually. Chatterbox only 2 cards in hand at 19 total life. There does only need to be a Burst Asunder, I believe.
If he has it.
If he has it.
Next game, but then Chatterbox will be the one. There it is.
There it is.
Willed it into existence. Chatterbox not having the response here. Going to the next game.
All right, game 3.
He is in a lot more comfortable. He's in a very comfortable position for next game if he does start though. Chatterbox, I mean, because if he does start, he can start getting those quest scanners a turn earlier, which would mean that he could have flipped Suzaku already and then taken the game away. Even because then a lot of things would change, but the most important thing is that Suzaku would have been able to flip this turn.
Yeah, with Suzaku being a deck where you must level. You must level as early as possible in order to try and get your quest counters, as soon as possible. That extra tempo would have almost certainly taken the game the other direction. But Kaze managing to take this. So moving on to game 3. So we did see a little bit of the sideboards in there.
We did see the VPD come in. Or VPT. VPT. The first time I heard this abbreviation, from someone actually saying it out loud, was Boston. And I do like it because it's so fun and hip and cool to say. But I do mess it up because I want to say VPD because it just sounds cooler than VPT. I don't know.
The first time I heard it is literally right here, so I'm gonna have to start using it. We're gonna have to try to spread this around.
Oh no! Then people are gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like,
"Oh, 100%. They're gonna be like, why are you saying that, man? What are you doing?"
You can just say Viridian. Same thing, just as fast, just as comfortable.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is, it'll be an easy way though to advertise. It'll be like, "What changed your speech pattern?" I'll be like, "The Yetis. Come watch."
True. Yetis is very good.
Yeah.
I owe a lot to Yetis. Thank you for letting me come in here basically every week now. I'm just here chilling, yapping, hanging out with you guys.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just here in the corner. I'm just, I'll just be here.
That's just yap.
Yeah. All right.
Playing
So,
Grand Archive is optional.
yeah, I'm not here for Grand Archive every week. Sometimes I'm just here to talk, and Grand Archive is happening. And then I'll talk about what's happening in Grand Archive.
Hang out with friends, talk about good games.
Absolutely.
What better can you ask for? Seems we are going into game 3 now, though. Who do you think will win? What's your prediction?
Ooh, okay. So, like we talked about, I actually think Chatterbox will probably take this. That extra tempo going first. We saw. Well, okay. Here's the thing. We saw some glimmerings on Kaze's side. I think Chatterbox might make the sort of assessment that, and we've seen this before, against Fractals previously, that if we can just get some allies down, it almost doesn't matter, right? If we're pumping ourselves to Suzaku, we can just keep constantly hitting them with allies. So if we do have some of these allies in hand, especially things that we can sort of sacrifice to Pepper Chef, we might just see a pretty quick ally aggro to overcome the Fractals. That being said,
Yeah.
2 fractals of snow. Let's see the third fractal.
My question is, will Kaze be able to go up to level 3, level 1, level 3? I'm getting ahead of myself. Level 1 and utilize those banishment effects from Fractal of Snow. Hopefully, hopefully he wins the game before he gets there. But if not, I sure hope that we get to see some Fractal of Snow banish, like sacrifice action. Ooh!
Yeah, Ryle. So
Ooh!
we did hit those 3 fractals, but we're gonna see a Ryle pitching a Undying Dreams.
This
All
is
right.
so last game, because Chatterbox went second, Kaze had the opportunity to play Censor.
Mhm.
And here we can see why that play was so impactful. Chatterbox had the Undying Dreams, just like last game, and he got to level up absolutely for free.
Yeah, it's a it's a really really nice thing going first that your opponent cannot bring out the sensor unless they have something like Beseech the Winds. So
And a water
Chatterbox is
deck
going to
that's
get
not
there.
common though.
Well, Vanitas is running around. So,
Oh,
ooh, there we go. 2 peppered chefs as well as a
that
blazing
is
throw.
that is a 2 pepper chef hand, but it seems that Chatterbox, obviously there are no allies on board, so he is going for the draw into memory from there, keeping his influence very high, but still guaranteeing the one quest scanner here. Getting another one very soon.
Yeah, there we go. We're gonna get another one from the Fate Stone, and we're gonna go ahead and recollect, and let's see. So we could see 2 peppered chefs, cause it's only holding 2 cards. So that would represent 6 damage potentially. But
Quite a bit, especially when you're on Spirit. Then you're forcing Kaze's hand to level up next turn, which means you're less hindered. Well, yeah, I think at that point you are forcing their hand to level up because a Blazing Throw and any ally would be pushing it.
we are going to see a pass though back to Kaze. So likely, okay, we're going to see a ring. I was going to say we might see a lantern, but instead we're going to go ahead and see a ring. So
Kaze not too worried, huh? There's 3 pepper chefs in Chatterbox's hand, 2 creative shocks, and some irrelevant cards I don't care about, ignore them. We are looking at the creative shocks here.
3. Okay, I think we're going to see another Zheng Zhao. There we go. Kaze able to draw 2 cards off that Zheng Zhao. Once again, so all 3 games seeing that 3 fractal opening, very very strong. And
Yeah,
we'll probably
every
get the
single game
response
he
here.
had it.
Crave shock.
Obviously. I don't think,
Yeah,
seeing
it's a
anything. Oh,
pretty good response. We're gonna pitch a Ryle here.
yeah. Ryle is really not as great as a creative shock when you don't have any specters in hand.
Yeah, and already having leveled up into Goja, there's not a immediate, need for your floating. We're going to see a fourth fractal come out with Fractal of Rain, and Xingqiao coming in for 1.
She has been putting in some heavy lifting these past few games. Her and her duplicate copies.
Yeah, so one thing if you're Kaze, I mean, obviously you want to draw those cards, but do you sort of consider the idea that putting an ally on board actually allows Vermilion to get that extra quest counter?
I think the 2 cards you get off of Zhang Jiao is a floating memory you get from the Thronekeeper Bullfrog and the Taunt is a lot more valuable than the additional quest scanner than you might be giving Guoja, because at the end of the day, he will get to 7 quest scanners no matter what you do. So giving it to him a bit earlier is not that bothersome. And you've already seen a Vermilion Decree come out. So the chances of Chatterbox having another one in hand are not so great. So I feel like you really don't mind, even if they have the other Vermilion, you don't mind giving them the extra counter because they will get it one way or another.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. This Thronekeeper Bullfrog coming out, I think this might be another one of those things we look back and say that might have swung the game. 0-4 with Taunt, and in the graveyard it is Floating Memory. There's no Censor out right now, so definitely something to think about. Absorbing 4 combat damage that could go to the Spirit. And Kaze, it's unlike other games. Oh,
you manifested it again. Censor coming out,
Censor.
shutting
All right.
the Bullfrog down.
Yeah, we do want to definitely shut that. Yeah, even if we're gonna have the Bullfrog absorb essentially 4 combat damage instead of going to the Spirit, we do want it to not represent Floating Memory for our opponent if possible.
Yeah, and since Chatterbox already leveled up, you're not too worried about shutting off your floating memory in your graveyard.
Yeah, Fire Interference coming in, I believe. Oh, because they're going to 5. They might have missed. Fire Interference is 2, so I believe that should have gone to 6, but that's okay. I might have missed the correct life total.
It went into the Bullfrog, so
I went into the Bullfrog. Okay. Okay, yeah. So 2 there, so we're gonna get another quest counter. Seeing the 3 of Hearts come out, and the 5 damage or the extra token to go to 5 was from the Fate Stone during Recollection. 3 of Hearts coming out. It's gonna go ahead and take care of that Bullfrog, and we'll pass. So with that Censor out, it is not worth Floating Memory. So let's take a look. Unfortunately, no easy level up for Kaze, but they might not.
It is tough, but this is
They're still confident. Even if 5, we're gonna see a Fireball will come out.
I mean, a Fracturize does shut the Censor off, so you're not too miffed or too bothered by it being out, because as you're not in a rush to level up yet. So you just wanna be sure that you can level up comfortably. Even though his influence is so high, you do need a lot of cards to be able to get that winning turn, and you pulled the win off.
Yeah, we're gonna see Refracting Missile go in for 5, which does that does put us within Burst Asunder range, just like last game. Although we are not yet a Cleric. I see 3 come out for. Okay, yeah.
All right, there's the Burst Asunder coming out.
There's Burst Asunder coming out. I forgot. Yeah, we have more than enough influence. It just makes it that much cheaper. I forgot.
4 is 4. We are just talking about how crazy it is and how much it is. Oh.
There's the Restorative Flame, and it's gonna go ahead and get Glimmering Refusal.
Yeah, the refusal is there to shut it off. Ooh.
Let's see. Yep.
Yep, that is game for Kaze,
Ooh.
huh? We were talking about how easy it is for Chatterbox to take it. Well, how much it's easier for Chatterbox to take it away going first, but we forgot that the Ao-chan can also have those crazy hands, right?
Oh yeah,
She can still
absolutely.
find those insane popping like pop-offs, and having the guaranteed 3 fractals every single game for him was extremely beneficial because he was guaranteed to be able to draw 2 off of the Zhang Jiaos, which kept his influence insanely high every single game. And when he found the burst of Sunders, and when he found those value cards, he was just able to play it. He wasn't even the Outchan yet. It was
Yeah.
just a little stone hitting the other person.
There was no worry. Just yeah, exactly. We've and we've seen already previously on stream a spirit go ahead and take it, but here we do see a water spirit, take it with
Another one,
fractals.
you know?
Another
That's how
yeah,
it
another
works.
one. So yeah, definitely. So I think one thing that I was sort of thinking about, right, in my prediction, seeing those 2 peppered chefs, being able to push Kaze to 10 potentially on that turn previous to the sensor. I wonder if that would have really changed the game, or if it really would have tilted the game differently.
That's a really, really good question. I think it wouldn't really have, because there was way too much damage missing
Mm.
for like way too many counters and damage missing on Chatterbox's end for it to impact the game too much. And the Burst Asunder usually just comes out of nowhere and bam, takes the game home, which is what we saw both games. Like, there weren't that
Mhm.
many damage counters on Chatterbox, but then Burst Asunder, go for game, GG next.
Yeah, the little chips with Zhang Zhao, and then a small quote unquote refracting missile here and there, just taking us over, and then being able to say, okay, we're gonna burst this under for 10, and that's just classic fractal gameplay in general, especially against these, like you said, low to the ground decks. Not a whole lot of life. We're only going to 19, maybe 22 if we're willing to give up some cards. So
Yeah, it's
pretty interesting there.
like 22 does sound like a lot of damage ultimately, but well, like a lot of life,
Mhm.
but it's it's still not a lot. And when you're on these when you deal a lot of chip damage, and or when you have these massive, I feel like it's both ends, right? When you have a lot of little chip damage, it adds up enough where you don't need as explosive of a final turn as you would need if you don't have any chip damage on. Even when and if they have like 22 life, you can just play like you have no chip damage at all. So it supplements the extra life that they gain for leveling up is supplemented by the damage that you deal with your Zhang Jiaos, and that's it. It was
Mm.
really Zhang Jiao carrying this game.
Yeah, we did see quite a few Zhang Zhaos, and I'm sure that Kazuo is very pleased to see them. Always a great card in fractals, especially when you have that stellar 3 fractal opening. Very, very good. I guess, I think one other sort of color question for you would be, should Chatterbox, getting that sensor, a wrestle piece to turn off that bullfrog, is there any other materialization that we can sort of imagine that would have provided a different or better line?
I'm not sure, because ultimately, while Zhang Jiao is really, really good, he doesn't have anything other than the impact hammer to easily take care of it.
Mhm.
So I guess the grand, how do you pronounce Ogi?
E, I swear it's
Agui.
a
The
E.
grand Agui.
Agui? Agui. All right.
Aiguille. The grand Aiguille. Aiguille would have been good. Um, but it's also 1 damage, so he would still need to play.
Mhm.
Probably playing a Pepper Chef without sacrificing another one would have been really good, I feel, because once you have the first one out, you swing for 2, play the next one, sacrifice it, swing for 4, then play the next one, once again, swing for 4. And like, you probably have to wait 1 turn, so swing for 2, swing for 4.
Yeah.
Because though the Zhang Jiaos exist, at worst, you still like tank damage with your Pepper Chef. And at best, you get to just push more damage. So I think that is really what could have swung the game around if Chatterbox went more for the pushing damage and went more aggressive instead of like slowing down a bit and drawing so many cards. I love drawing cards, don't get me wrong, and I probably would have done the exact same thing of just like creative shock, Ryle. I'm a happy girl, but
Yeah.
ultimately he was just missing damage, I think, and
Mhm.
he could have supplemented the damage and had the damage had he played the Pepper Chef instead. Now the question is, would he have had the influence? I don't know. I have to watch the game back and see what
Yeah.
how things changed, but I feel like in this matchup, being more aggressive, and especially when you see 3 fractals already on your opponent's side, they play the
Mhm.
Zhang Jiao. Their influence is massive. You really just have to push. And I feel like that was like the one thing that was missing for Chatterbox here, is that he wasn't able to push enough.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but I think, like you said, definitely we saw something, or definitely something that we saw in previous seasons against Fractals, being able to just push, and saying, Look, you've got to either kill me this turn, or it's already too far gone for you. I want you to level up before your kill turn. I need you to lose cards. I need you to do some extra things so that I'm not, I'm less afraid of what's happening on the board there.
Yeah, it's like we needed more forcing the refusal um out of Kaze's hand there, because he did it the first game. He forced it twice,
Yes.
and then he still took it. Like, because Kaze was forced to, one, play cards he didn't want to put his hand down. So Chatterbox was able to be a lot more proactive. And then he obviously somehow, I was gonna say obviously, but like Kaze just had the refusal every single game. But had you have to push it even more and force them even more. And I think really playing those pepper chefs would have also been
Mhm.
better, because it's a cheaper way to force your opponent's hand to play those refusals. And if they don't, you still get free damage out of it.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Anything to pressure your opponent. Uh, yeah, I guess one last thing to talk about, just real quick. One day, I promise, we're both gonna be able to say that card's name. We're gonna practice. We're gonna
Grand
record it.
Iguil.
Grand Iguil.
Iguil.
Igue?
I'm going to hop what I call it, Bonnie, and just
Oh, that's
yap
smart.
and
That's a
like
good idea.
listen to him say the card names over and over and over again. Or I can also just put the wonderful video from Once in Love on repeat, where him and Bonnie are talking about the card names.
Yeah. I think one thing is, just throwing it out there, weebs. Whenever I'm trying to learn like a new language, feel free to bring the set there. I'll go ahead and give it a try, give it some practice.
Yeah, yeah. Please, what next? Bring us to a Korean world next. Thank you
Period.
very
Yeah.
much. I would love to learn some Korean, and I feel like that is the thing I need to push me to learn it. So, with that though, hoping for like praying and begging for a Korean set next. Well, after DTR. It was wonderful casting with you, Calcium, as always.
Yeah.
We
It's
didn't go
awesome
to
testing
time
you.
this time. I'm so proud
We
of us.
we didn't. We didn't. We did it finally.
Only judge call. Only a judge call at the beginning, but that was not too bad either. So
No, not at all. And like you said, locals are for practicing. Always glad to see people picking up the game, learning, these extra interactions and practicing their lines. Always very important. So yeah, as always, Clem, very great casting with you. We're gonna go ahead and go to a little break, and then we'll be back with the fourth and final round of the Yetis Weekly. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to round 4, final round of this week's Yeti Weekly. I'm PerfectKalcium and I'm back with NEETfull for the last round. How you doing, NEETfull?
Doing pretty well. Took him pretty well. I took a small break. Jumped into chat. Apparently talked Yeti into a possible another weekly. So we'll see how
Oh,
that goes.
what did you do? I wasn't looking.
Oh no, I jumped in and it was like, so like, oh, is this the weekly? I'm like, nah, it's the daily. And there's a joke, and then it divulged down to them be like, well, we could if we run it,
Oh,
we could fit another one. And I'm like, oh no, what have I
no.
done?
What have you done? That's crazy. So,
Alrighty. So going into this next one, we are going to be looking at. I had to look at one. We're looking at Looking Glass CL, piloted by Guthros. Some people may know that name from the True Champion side, and we are going to see Krell piloting a Fragmented Fire Luxem. And this is actually a matchup where I actually am very interested to see how this goes, because it's kind of a going back to old control style games where we're going to be, you do this, but I do this. But if I do that, you're going to do that. So we're going to see a lot of this kind of, because Krell is going to have the in caps. He's going to be holding these in caps to kind of stop some of these big turns coming up from CL. Oh, no, we
oh,
have a change actually. Last minute.
yeah, there'll be a last minute change. So go ahead and find our new set of players. But that's okay. In the meantime, if we want to talk about some upcoming events, especially some regionals,
Oh yeah, right.
we yeah.
We talked about earlier. I heard you guys talk about earlier. We have the cake regional coming up. I unfortunately am in the U.S. and that is a 3 a.m. regional for me, so not likely something I'm going to be hitting up for that one. There is the Michigan regional
Mhm.
also right around the corner coming up here on the 6th of September, and then we of course we have another 2 or 3 regionals coming up pretty quickly after that as well, including
Yeah,
our own Texas regional going to
include
be
our
at the
Texas
end of September.
regional. Yeah, September 6th is also Santa Clara. So Santa Clara as well as Michigan will be September 6th, and then Florida September 13th. And we've got 3 on the 27th: Portland, Oregon; Dallas, Texas; and Chester, Virginia. So
Oh, I'll be at that one, Virginia,
Virginia.
where I'll be.
Oh, so you're gonna cast from there, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast from there. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you're
cast
casting from there
Dallas while Virginia.
while I'm
Yeah,
still in
yeah,
Dallas. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah,
sounds
yeah,
good.
yeah.
That sounds good. That sounds like a workable plan that has no flaws.
Alrighty, looking up here, it looks like we are going to have Krios going against Joel. Krios piloting that Win Series list, and we are going to see Joel piloting that Serene Luxem. So we're still getting a Luxem Xander. We're just, instead of Fragmented, we're going to Serene. And we are going to see another, I guess in this case, we're seeing another Arcane list as well, if you want to look at it that way.
Just because some people, they're gonna say something, I'm gonna say yes. It is another arcane list. Okay, we're already. We're in media res. Perfect. 2 forest cakes out on the Guoja side, as well as a windmill engineer, and it looks like Joel is already leveled up to Xander. I see 2 little guides as well as the Ryle there, in Grave.
Ooh, was that
Oh,
a banish of
yes,
Light Weavers?
I think so. Which would
That's
be
a pretty
okay if we're coming to
a pretty
2, right?
spicy hit.
Oh, banish. Never mind. Not graveyard. We can't get it back. We are
And
going to see
this
those 2
this
little guys though come out.
this is one of those matchups I feel like you really want those as well here. Like you definitely want to get them both in your hand because you're trying to close it out before. Unless we could, well, we're on fire. I'm thinking of like, oh, we go slice and dice, but I'm like, we're not doing that. We're not wind.
Well, yeah, I mean, you like barely could, right? But it's not in this deck, of course. Uh, yeah, that is a little tough. Uh, of course, it's really unlikely that you're gonna get through Seiryu if and when it actually does arrive. So both Limo guides here pushing damage. We're gonna take out that Windmill Engineer as well as push 1 onto Goja. And let's see other moves. So if you are Joel on the Serene Fire, what are you looking for here?
This is one of those games where you are normally with your Serene, you're kind of wanting to kind of take your time, really kind of build up that influence, kind of get there. And I think part of that is still going to hold true. The only problem you have to think about here is you need to be really holding on to those end caps. You really need to be very specific about when Krios tries to go to level 3 and they are going to attempt to put out the Sirio and then go for they're going to be kind of going for that combo, either going for the command, Byaku's command, or they're going to go for the Sirius command. You need hold an in cap for one of those two. Because if they're going to resolve that and you're not level 3, there's a good chance that that game's going to be very close to closing out.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see here. We see a Brisk Windtrotter get banished. And there's our Azure Fatestone. Fabled Azure right. Azure right. Fatestone. Actually interesting. Did we miss that was on the field previously?
Which one? The
Fatestone. No, okay. Looks like they're
we just
leveled.
yeah, just leveled,
Yeah,
just leveled.
just leveled into it. All right. So, do we see? Looks like Kraus is not going for a turbo strategy. They do have a turbo charge, but I don't see any besiegings, stone or winds.
Very likely. I mean, we came into this. Unfortunately, came into like right after the turn 1. Very likely didn't draw them or only saw the dungeon guide and is kind of just waiting to maybe push 3 here a little bit later. And we're actually seeing
Shimmer
some
Cloak Assassin.
a little bit of spicy tech here, putting the shimmer cloaks back in. Which these are actually really good, especially when you see a lot of players start kind of cutting away from things like you don't see maybe as many flame sweeps, or you don't see as many like true sight attacks. Like we are in a situation now where we don't see nearly as many. So this having a 3/3 stealth is actually incredibly powerful in a lot of these situations, because now you can start clearing board. You can take your time getting to 3 and make sure that when you are ready to pull off that combo, you might have multiple pieces at the ready to go for that Byaku's Sirius and maybe even a second Sirius command.
Yeah, we do see a Brisk Windtrotter giving the buff counter to the assassin, the Shimmer Cloak assassin. And I think what's interesting, we did banish a Force Cake to get a buff counter on that Brisk Windtrotter, bring it up to a 2/2. Assassin going ahead and taking out a Liminal Guide. And we'll go ahead and do the end trigger for the Fatestone, banishing a card and drawing a card back. So it was a Baby Green Slime was banished from that. Joel going for a Ryle. Probably pretty good here. Liminal Guide being pitched. See 2 cards. And there it is. Xander level 2. We're going to go ahead and banish 2 out of our 3 cards in memory.
And he did have the thieving cut in there as well, so likely probably grabbing this back as well. Keep that influence up.
Yeah. Ooh, we see an Incapacitate go to banish. One of those cards that we had, wanted to hold.
As we said, it's definitely in this matchup. I think out of there's not many matchups where I say incap is a must hold in hand. I think this is one of them. This is one of them where I would have a death grip on incaps, and I think the only way I would not give that up is if I had to choose between dungeon guide and incap. That might be a very tough call for me to try to make that decision.
Yeah, that we might find that to be a little unfortunate. That being said, we are going to get our Liminal Guide card draw. And you were right. We did go ahead and grab back that Thieving Cut, which unfortunately does not have True Sight to take out this assassin. We do see the Dungeon Guide though. There we go. And maybe you're right, right? Maybe it was the choice between an Incap and a Dungeon Guide. Let's see what gets banished here. There is not there's not enough cards. There's not enough cards, unfortunately, for a Stifling from Krios. If they had it. But we're going to go ahead and see. It's always it's one of those things, right, where you're like, wait, do I keep this one or you want me to banish this? Players always talking that out. All right. We're coming to Xander, level 3, playing still there. Show and uncover the plot. Show 2 Gleaming Cuts.
2 Gleaming Cuts, pretty good reveal.
Pretty good. As well as a Creative Shock. Go ahead and banish one of those. And the second one for 4 cards. Pretty good. We're also going to get 2 prep counters. Liminal Guide coming in?
Yeah, and if you were Krios in this situation, I think you felt a little safer when you saw that Light was banished, but now him drawing 4 more cards is gonna a little more thought going into it of maybe I start trying to push 3 a little bit faster than what I was doing.
Yeah, I think taking that turn, making a 3/3 ally is of course very, very strong. But, the greatest part of our strength does come from the Fate Stone becoming Serene. So we're gonna go ahead and level up to level 2 here. So 2 cards leaving the memory for banishment will also gain another 2 quest counters, on top of possibly choosing Guojia level 2's ability to get more.
And hitting at least 1 arcane card there off the banishment is actually a good thing to want to be here in this situation, because you
Yeah.
want to make sure that you're going to get that arcane blast a little bit sooner than you normally would. So being able to get at least 1 more up there, so whenever you do trigger the level up, it's going to happen hopefully on the turn after, not 2 turns later.
Yeah, the Harness Lightning going out might be a game changer. We do see a Fairy Whispers coming out, prereq. 2 on top, 1 on bottom. And we will reveal another Brisk Windtrotter. Okay, so this Shimmer Cloak might get pretty large.
You know what's better than a 3/3 stealth? A 4/4 stealth. Oh
my
no,
God,
a 5/5
I was
stealth.
gonna say it's a 5/5 stealth. I'm always in favor. Oh, okay, great. So we see a dungeon guide here. Banishing 2 more, we're gonna get those quest counters, as well as it likely the extra quest counters from Guojia level 3. Baby Green Slime, as well as another Shimmer Cloak being banished for the dungeon guide, leveling up to Guojia level 3. Go ahead and put ourselves at 10 quest counters. Dungeon guide swing in. And let's see here. So the Fate Stone is, at 10 quest counters, it is available to swap into a Seiryu. When would you consider to be the right time to go ahead and flip that Fate Stone?
So this is actually in normal matchups, I would say right away. If you're not seeing wind and you are really not seeing a lot of interaction pieces right now, I would say flip it. But the big but here, because you are going against an assassin, things get a little tricky. I'm actually in the process of looking up the card because I can't remember off the top of my head. But their assassin does have a card that they can essentially allow them to give themselves their assassin anytime they deal target damage or something, they can actually get to destroy it. Yeah, exploit vulnerability is the card.
Yeah.
Was the process looking up. So because we're assassin, it's a little tricky. You don't know if your opponent's playing it. You don't know if they have a weapon they can make to deal with it right away. So it's kind of a little bit tricky of, do I flip this for defense now and risk losing it, or do I just kind of wait until I have the combo? And this is normally where in a situation where you kind of into an unknown, you don't know if your opponent's got it, you don't know if they have the right that option to do so. I would say keep it safe until you're ready to combo.
Yeah, so we did get a little bit of information there, or arguably a lot of information, because Joel's influence is quite high. Most importantly, the 2 Luxem cards we saw, and Uncovered the Plot, as well as a Luxem site. And Krios choosing to, I believe in response previously, do a Fairy Whispers, in case they would be forced to put cards down, so get some value there. A Ryle for 2 Undying Dreams, or wait, is it an Evercurrent? Sorry, I think that's an Undying Dreams and an Evercurrent Raider, in fact. So, Joel, of course, looking to put some cards into memory, get the value next turn by revealing them. Dungeon Guide, as well as Liminal Guide, going into Guojia for 2.
Yeah, and the big thing about this list as well is we see, unlike other Ryle lists, where the idea is kind of just to filter cards early to level up. and maybe Rao doesn't have as much impact later in the game as you would see. One thing about Luxem is actually very important to this list is you will still be using this card quite often to one, not only put Luxem cards down into your memory, but also cycle that deck as quickly as possible to try to find more. You don't necessarily care too much about all the extra floating, but trying to get and make sure you have that double light weavers in hand, having those multiple Luxem sites is incredibly important. And that's what you kind of see here with all these kind of cycles coming into play.
Yeah, definitely. So we saw a turbocharge to use up that power cell to draw, and then that thieving cut returned from the grave to take out that dungeon guide. And we're gonna go ahead and pass. The incandescent reliquary coming out. So Krios looking to rebuild that influence, and you know, our viewers can see there's quite a difference in influence right now. So of course they're gonna go ahead and get that extra card, that Brisk Windtrotter coming out, and this will represent 2 buff counters. So that assassin is going to move up to a 5/5, and we're going to use our second Forest Cake to get one more buff counter on our Brisk Windtrotter, bring up to a 2/2. Swinging for 5 with the assassin. So if you're Joel here, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you still feel pretty comfortable. Your influence is really quite high. You have at least 1 Luxem site down. So, even that 5, it is sort of blunted to 2 when it comes around to your turn.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And the other big
But
thing is here is you feel comfortable, especially being Joel in this situation, is Siriu has not started building up their Arcane Blast yet. They haven't really started building up that base that they really want. So you're kind of happy in that regard that you're not already having a dragon punch you in the face for 4 every turn, which
we do see Alexaria's map coming out for Joel. Yeah, I think that's one thing. If you're Joel, you feel pretty safe. And okay, we do see another Gleaming Cut as well as a Lightweaver's Luxem site, and then that Uncover the Plot. So Krios, hands down, and we're gonna go ahead and mark. We're gonna get that Gleaming Cut. We're going to deal 2 non-combat damage somewhere.
it looks like it was dealt to face on that one.
Face. All right. Krios moving up to 4, and then we're gonna go ahead and recover 3. So there you go. If you're new to Luxem decks, this is your primary example right here. They get to do everything when they show you all their cards.
Yeah, but we're not messing around here. Instantly flipping the dragon.
Yeah, so
The
the big
big
thing
thing
here,
is-
the dragon does have taunt.
Yeah, big thing is having the taunt here because this means not likely going to lose any of your board. So now, even if you're not really relying on the Arcane Blast to kill, still looking at what is that, 11 damage a turn going into face?
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
is-
especially with that huge assassin there. Do see a Creative Shock prereq pitching another Evercurrent Raider. So there's quite a decent amount of floating in Joel's grave, although I don't believe that they need it.
No, again, I think the idea with this is it's less not about the floating, it's more about the cycle. I think in this situation, get the cards you don't need out of your hand and start getting stuff in that you need into your hand.
Yeah. Do see a Scry the Skies? So one thing, looking at Joel's deck, we do not see Exploit Vulnerability. So that being said, if you're Joel, what's your plan now that the dragon's actually on the field?
Now, at this point, you want to essentially try to stay off as much of the damage as possible. If you have the opportunity to start clearing some of the board, you're probably going to take it. And the biggest thing is holding cap to deal with that combo turn and get ready to do, if you get the option to be able to go double Lightweaver's Assault, you're going to slam it as quickly as possible.
Makes sense. And we did see, of course, already one Lightweaver's Assault. See if we can get to our second one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Actually, I almost forgot the materialization for this turn is Luxuria's map, meaning that since we did see already 1 Lightweavers, we'll be able to grab a second one in order, like you said, to slam it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that's 100% what we're going for. This might be show.
Oh,
If he
this
shows
might
2
be it.
Lightweaver's assaults here, it's
Uncover and see. I think that's yeah. Okay. To uncover the plot, dungeon guide, a liminal, and 2 Luxem sites. I did for a second. I was like, oh yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it's the second Lightweavers there. That's interesting. So there, that does mean there should be 1 Lightweavers in hand, right here. So, let's see. One thing is, and Krios has it in the sideboard, is Regal Inquisition. You know, definitely something to consider if you are the Luxem side, if your opponent has it. That being said, I believe it is mostly in sideboards for everyone right now. So take a look. Going back to Krios' turn. That assassin coming in for 5. And the Brisbane Charter for 2. Now, Joel did recover with those Luxem sites last turn. So we're going to see just 7 damage marked on the champion. And that's another, great strength of Luxem, of course, that really steady stabilization. Where, previously they were at 7 previous, and now they're back at 7 2 turns later.
Oh yeah, and this having the worst thing you can see a Luxem player to receive, it's not always the double Lightweavers. It's when you have 2 Luxem sites and you're like, now I just have to OTK you, which we are seeing. It looks like we might see Krios kind of go for most likely trying to maybe push for lethal, knowing that the writing is on the wall. If he doesn't, I believe we may be going with the +4 on the attack. Would be my thought.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think you're right. Krios, with that amount of influence, with Luxuria's map, you've already seen 1 Lightweavers. They could get that second Lightweavers. They have more than enough influence to go ahead and deal the 19 required damage there. So this turn, pretty crucial.
But don't forget he is on Serene, so let's add 6 more to that math too. Yeah, we did see the attack bonus on it. So, and we create an Arcane Blast. There's Byaku's command coming down, and this is kind of see you got it. If you got it, you got it.
Yeah. Byaku's command allowing. It puts a buff counter on target beast ally, but if that ally is a Shenju, which of course our dragon is, it's going to go ahead and wake up for another attack.
Okay, it looks like there was also a jump on the gun with the damage, because it looks like Krios is doing this in response to the hit just to get that kind of 1 extra damage in there. So instead of going for that 8, going for that 9 in, which does matter in these matchups. It does matter.
It 100% matters. And like you said, with that Serene Fire, we have that extra 6 to chew through. Let's see if there's a response, though. Like you said, obviously we would want to hold our incapacitates for this. And I think we're going to see it. 2 down.
We could also be seeing, because it's kind of peeking over at the chat, there is a chance he's trying to put enough cards down to essentially just go Lightweaver's assault.
Go for Lightweavers right now? Yeah, we see his
and not even go for lethal, just go kill the dragon.
I think, yeah, and big thing there, Lightweavers is a skill. So it is allowed to hit the dragon, which does have Spell Shroud. And, okay, yeah. That, I believe, is exactly enough. 12. Ooh. We're going to go ahead and see Goja Lineage Release. And I think the big thing here is that it is not a targeting card.
Yeah. I was about to say, because I was like, I was thinking about it too, and I was like, I had to double check the text on Lightweavers, because I was like, that's not a target.
Yeah. That
which we had Wyatt in the chat. You may know him from a Luxem player who did decently well.
He's only okay. He's only okay. Hi, Wyatt. Hey, buddy. No, Wyatt is actually great. Robotron. All right, yeah. Unfortunately, that Seryu being taken out by Lightweavers. So we're gonna go ahead and see the Grail
sneaking a card under there as well. Yeah. I have to look. What do we possibly sneak?
I was gonna say the eternal question. What's under the Grail? Let's have a look.
As a Sylvie player, this is one of my favorite guessing games. It goes, "What's under the Grail?" Which most likely I could see it maybe being. It could be a terrafring. Maybe try to catch it so you don't give them the opportunity to be able to interact with it, or less time to interact with it. Um, my thought process would most likely be probably saving a safeguard under it just in case at Arcane Blast we end up getting enough influence to get there, because this game is likely going to turn into a very long grind now that we're 2 Light Weavers down from our 4 in the deck, and we
We
only guaranteed 1 more
are
so far.
Yeah, so we did go ahead and banish that Luxurious map. And let's see what we're gonna find. We're gonna find a Thieving Cut. Going out for 3. Bringing Crest to 12 damage there. And yeah, using that prep. So like you said, we're just cycling through the deck. We're trying to find all of our cards to make this slightly less of a grind. But that is the name of the game when you are Luxem Xander. MC, okay, here's our third Uncover the
And
Plot.
yep, there's the one we grabbed, so that's 2 more. Putting Krios at 14, looks like. And I think at that point, just reveal if you can get 11 cards down.
There's, yep.
I think that should be it.
See a Scry the Skies. Two more. And let's see what number we can get to. 2, another Uncover the Plot.
Makes that math a little bit easier.
Yeah. There we go. Putting in another 2 to Krios there, bringing them to 16. And let's see, there's 4, not 9 cards are down. Okay. Looks like we're gonna go ahead and pass back. Krios, bring out the ring. And of course, that influence, the Reliquary is gonna go ahead and draw another card as well. So let's see. What's Krios' line out of this? Unfortunately, your opponent has gone back down to 0 damage counters, and you've been bumped up to 16.
This is unfortunately one of those situations where it looks like, did he attempt to play? Because he cannot, because he doesn't control an arcane
He does not control an arcane
Shinju.
Senju.
So he cannot resolve that.
Looks like, oh, can't 4 down for.
So it looks like he was
Arcane
attempting to do this for the Arcane Blast. The only problem is the requirement on.
Yeah, so if you're new to this deck or new to Grand Archive, our elemental requirements in Guoja are met via our dragon. Okay, that being said, it looks like a concede there. So, I believe they may have been just sort of plotting out possible damage lines, but yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Got news. Got news about how that worked. He targeted himself to take himself out with Arcane Blast.
Normally an illegal move, but we'll allow
Yeah.
it.
Normally illegal, but when we're all cool, just like here at Yetis, it happens. All right.
Yeah,
So Luxem Xander taking that game 1.
Yeah, and this is, I think, going to be the most important sideboard going in for this for Krios. We're definitely seeing the both regal positions come in. One of the big win cons in this deck in this situation is when they have that many cards in their hand, making them dump that many means you could realistically deck them out. Having 2 regal inquisitions and they have 10, 11 cards in hand, very good odds you could just say, we're going to get rid of all of them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what else. There's a 1 of Uther in there for Krios, so that's pretty interesting.
So this is something we talked about before. So the 1 of Uther is, weirdly enough, it is actually a card you bring in for the mirror match. Is actually something you'd side in as essentially a way to kind of get them to come off of the dragon, or at least release the level 2. The other thing is Krios, if you can tell by the beautiful, beautiful Hanchu playmat on his table, uh, he loves Uther. And he wants to keep that spot of being the one who plays Uther the most. So would not be surprised if it's just in there just to kind of farm some of those points as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I also
That's
he also has a Mordred. Did you notice that as
he
well?
does. I did see him. I was about to talk about that actually. I just noticed that, and I was like,
Is it the same reason? We do a Mordred for the same reason? Is that what's happening? But or maybe there's some spicy tech we don't know about.
yeah, maybe there's something real. Oh, let's see it. Let's see some real crazy stuff. Let's see if you're Joel. Let's go to the sideboard there. What are we seeing here? Blanche, almost certainly.
Blanche will probably come in. Crystalline Destiny is another big one that we're probably gonna see come into the board. Um,
Do we see the Regal Inquisitions? There are two there.
so this is a matchup where it's a little bit weird because when your opponent's already that low on influence and the deck is already kind of playing a top deck setup kind of thing, I don't know if you have much time to really interact in that situation. So I'd be a little hesitant to bring in the Regal Inquisition here unless I just really think that they're going to be trying to set up for a combo. But I feel like because of the speed in which they're trying to do this, and most time they're just drawing into their win, I would be a little bit more hesitant to play it.
Sounds good. All right, our players have shuffled up, and we're going to begin game 2 here. Krios going first. Let's see, Forest Kick. I think many tamers, they really love seeing that Forest Kick early. That first.
My favorite art.
Yeah, maybe a second one. There it is. Yeah, that SP3 art.
It's always two.
Okay, we're going to show Wimble Engineer as well. A Trained Hawk and a Shimmercloak Assassin. Getting that extra card already into memory. So looks like a pretty strong start for Krios.
Playing 3 cards and not actually losing anything is pretty good, I've heard.
I mean, that's just wind every day.
Back in my day when we played Double Forest Kick, we followed it up with a baby gray slime.
It is late here in Texas. So take a
Time
look.
for Grandpa to go to bed. Grandpa slime main has to go to bed now. All right, and we are seeing Joel kind of think about his hand, kind of think about maybe kind of what route we're going here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hold probably because we have a Ryle, right, or a creative shock there. And we're gonna go ahead and level up to Goja, and that's gonna get us our Fabled Azurite Fatestone. Of course, as quickly as possible. Trying to get that dragon out. Let's see what's banished. We're gonna present our material deck, of course, to our opponent. What's there? Okay, the only sideboard possible would have been the Nullifying Mirror for the deck. We're gonna see an Innervate Agility get banished here for the level up.
Which Innervate, not great into a Lightweavers because
yeah. Once again, Lightweavers is a skill, so Innervate's not going to be able to save you from it. In addition, it does not target.
So at that point, just get it out of the hand. Why not?
Yeah. It's actually, I mean, overall, probably a pretty lucky hit there. We're going to see a Shimmercloak. And then, okay, we're going to see this actually, pretty early here.
And we're going both cakes this time.
Both cakes this time. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Which I agree with that. I think at this point, like, you're kind of playing cheeky on keeping one just in case you want to go for like maybe the baby green to bounce it or maybe setting up for another. But I think at this point, we saw what happened last time, missing that damage, not being able to push enough in. It's going to like, all right, let's just put the pressure on, force them to have to play into my game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Krios now having 7 damage on board and banishing that Train Hawk for the end of turn trigger. So, yeah. Joel, and yeah, there we go. There's that Ryle. So I think that's definitely, one of the newer.
Double Underworld Dreams, I believe.
Dreams, yeah.
Undying Undying Dreams.
Underworld Dreams.
It's late here in Texas.
So here in Texas, and NEETfull loves slimes. We're gonna go ahead and level up into Xander level 1 using one of our floating memory. We can use that glimpse too, putting one on bottom, and one on top. There
One
we
on
go.
top. 1 and 1. Make it simple.
And there could be. Okay, no, we're gonna put both to the bottom.
2 gone.
I was gonna say, so we might see a creative shock here, or okay, a Ryle. Just gonna go ahead and draw the top of that. You don't mind cycling there.
It's always when they go for the 1 random. That's when they draw the liminal, and you're like, all right.
Well, if they're gonna open with double Undying Dreams, they might as well just get the liminal too, right?
Yeah. Thieving Cutted. Going
Thieving Cut.
face. We go up, going for
Correct.
that Wind Trotter.
Yeah,
knowing that
Trotter.
need to kind of stay off that pressure.
And we're gonna pass back to Krios. So yeah, I mean, that's actually quite a bit of pressure off the board there. I think there's a big difference between 4 damage and 7 damage every turn. So Krios is going to go ahead and level up into Gojo level 2, banishing 2 cards, and of course getting quest counters for that purpose. We see an Ascent as well as our second Innervate Agility. So no more Innervate Agilities left in the deck, but like you said, probably not a huge card in this matchup.
No, there's not many things you're going to catch on that in this matchup, really at all. Maybe you can get cheeky on one of the thieving cuts, but not really worth the D level, I would think, in that situation.
So let's take a look. If Krios chooses to continue to go wide with more allies, that is of course a possibility. And being level 2, if there's another Brish Wind Trotter, we'll see the return of the 5/5 Shimmercloak Assassin, which is not a bad card. Okay, we're gonna see a Trained Hawk here. So we're just gonna keep on that pressure. Keep putting out allies and hitting every turn. A little less damage, unfortunately, for Krios, but it's it's not too bad. You go from 7 to 6, but if your opponent can't deal with it, you're just gonna keep pushing.
Yeah, plus you're going to restand that Train Hawk, so in case they try to do something else like another thieving cut, you can at least retaliate back in that situation if they're going to go for it. So is that the one of Uther came into main?
Uther, isn't it?
That's the one. Is that the beautiful CSR Uther?
We did it. We achieved our dream of seeing it.
I'm wondering. Maybe the idea was maybe bring it in just in case. Maybe they need to hit Luxera's map or something like that. Maybe the idea, or maybe just loves the card so much it goes, I didn't put it in main. That was on me.
Yeah, I bet it's a little bit of both, probably.
I guess follow-up question to that. Do you bring the Mordred in for like a dead Regalia card just to psych your opponent out when you reveal your material deck to them? Show them the Mordred.
I mean, if I showed you the Mordred, how off your game do you think you'd become?
I would question a lot of things.
You'd question a lot of things.
My first question is, what attack cards do you play? And what am I worried about?
I think that's very fair. Joel, however, not seeing a Mordred is going to go ahead and back up Charger. I think they feel pretty good about what they saw previously in the material. And yeah, getting that. I wonder if they have the turbocharge. Let's see. They do play
quite a
2
few cards down.
turbocharges. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're planning a turn possibly around 2-3 costs. Gonna see a dungeon guide. Ooh, is this gonna be double dungeon
double
guide?
DG? The DTG?
Banish. Go ahead and Undying Dreams, and I'm not sure what that card there is, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and level up to Xander level 2. Get back our Thieving Cut. Oh, that's a Regal Inquisition. Oh yeah. So yeah, those Regal Inquisitions did come in. There we go. We see one of them, unfortunately, in the banish.
And again, matchup where it's probably not as relevant, or if you already have one, maybe you're only trying to catch one in this matchup. Yep, and there we are.
Double
Counting
DG.
out the double dungeon guide.
Pretty good turn. Let's see. What else can we afford to banish on Joel's side here? Take a look. It's going to be. Oh, okay. So we see an incapacitate. So, once again, losing incapacity to banish, but that, if we still have one, stopping, that big turn from Krios might just buy us enough time to go ahead and win the game anyway. So, Joel probably feels it's not the hugest deal. Both dungeon guides swinging in, taking care of that train hawk, and we're gonna get a pass back to Krios.
Yeah, this is something you never really want to see in a game where you feel like you're in control. Like I'm gonna beat him to 3, and your opponent's like, no, you're not. I got 2 of them. We'll
Yeah,
see you at level 3.
It's definitely tough, especially being a level 3 deck yourself, to see your opponent get that double dungeon guide off. Go ahead and grab a ring here on Krios' side. And let's see, we're at 4 quest counters. So we've got to make up 6 quest counters here. We can get 1 at end of turn to go to 5. Is there a way that we could somehow banish out 5 cards?
So what? Yeah, there's a chance because we could see maybe instead of that is maybe just kind of going for play something, pay down 4 cards, banish 1, and then just kind of go to 3 and hold. Maybe Krios has the
So we can
Byaku's
see the
command
dungeon
hand
guide
already.
here. Because that
Oh,
would give
there's
okay,
dungeon guide.
yeah. So the dungeon guide it would give us 5. And then we can get our last one at end of turn and be able to have the dragon. And maybe in this match, based off previous experience, Krios might bring out the dragon. 2 baby green slimes being banished. Krios might bring out the dragon a little earlier, right? If they have exploit vulnerability, then they have it. But you didn't see it last game.
Nope, you didn't see it last game, and it is kind of so. I think you have to this point in time knowing that where we kind of learned, we may have at that point learned immediately, like, oh, I can't deal with Lightweaver's assault that easily. Maybe it's I'm gonna race now. I'm gonna flip the dragon. I'm gonna essentially force, as we like to say here in Texas, if you got it, you got it kind of mentality.
Yeah, we do see all the allies swinging in, and I think you're probably right. We're just pushing damage as much as we can. 5 this turn, and we do see a train hawk being banished for the Fatestone end turn trigger. Draw a card, and we are going to go up to 10 quest counters there. So now we are able to flip and become Serene. Passing back to Joel. So we are already level 3 Xander, which is pretty good. We're going to get the Pernicious Tengu out, allowing us to put 3 more into memory as well as draw 1 card into memory. So pretty strong here for the Xander trigger. Let's see what cards are revealed.
So no Lightweaver's assaults yet. So that's something you probably, if you're Krios, probably feeling a little bit good about. Not really happy maybe about healing the 3, but you probably do feel a little bit better about not seeing the Lightweavers yet. But I would be a little concerned on that turbocharge being in hand, meaning we're going to gain some more influence here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We do see in Uncover the Plot a Luxem Sight, an Excalibur, a Thieving Cut, a Scry the Skies, and a Turbocharge. And that Power Cell is, of course, on the field. So likely that Turbocharge is going to go ahead and grab us some cards. Three down. Is this the Turbocharge?
Oh, thinking about it. They heard you. They heard you talking there.
Nah,
can't do it.
I'll talk a little softer, I guess. Dungeon Guide coming in, swinging for 1. I mean, one thing, of course, Scry the Skies. One thing, of course, for Luxem Xander is you do want to be aware of what cards are going into memory. So, I would not begrudge any Luxem Xander if they're going to go ahead and, place cards down, pick them up. It's pretty important to your game plan to get the right cards in memory.
Yeah, and big thing here is also probably not wanting to commit too many cards into memory yet. especially if you do not have the in cap ready, because you really do not want to kind of get caught with multiple light weavers in your memory and they get hit by that regal. So it's probably something thinking pretty heavily about being like, I need it, but I need to be careful when I draw it because if one of those three cards is a regal and I don't have an in cap, could be pretty rough for me.
Yeah, we're going to see that turbocharge. So we do have 3 cards in hand now. Just like you mentioned, trying to make ourselves safe. Dungeon Guide swinging in for 1. And oh yeah, and we're gonna go ahead and pass back that incandescent reliquary coming back out. So a pretty safe play here. You're almost certainly going to be below influence for the rest of this game. And let's take a look. So Joel has 15 damage already marked out. But they do have that Serene. So we're gonna go ahead and flip into Serene. Hit the Harness Lightning. And maybe thinking about an in-cap. Let's take a look. It looks like we're choosing the +4 power.
Which I think is probably the right call, especially with your more of an and the series command to follow
there's
it up.
command. So this is where
There's the end cap. Yeah.
There's the end cap. That being said,
Which-
so you're still gonna go in. Yeah.
Getting an in cap here is actually does probably feel pretty good for Krios. You don't get the series command per se, but you do still have the chance to draw the regals. You have the chance to be able to draw into a lot more kind of pieces like another series, the Byaku's command. So you still have a lot of pieces going for you, and I wouldn't complain about still pushing 8 damage in. At
No,
all.
and with that in cap there, you do know that 2 of them are now spent. 1 in Graver, 1 in Banish. And we're gonna swing with the Dungeon Guide as well as our buffed Shimmercloak Assassin. And before, Sarah, you choosing, of course, to make a Arcane Blast. So, passing back to Joel. Let's see here. Taking a look. And I believe all cards, yeah. All cards were down previously. Is this, let's see, Terrifying.
Yeah. Likely
Yep,
thinking
makes a lot of
on
sense.
part of Joel, kind of probably looking at the memory to see, do I have enough cards to even push if I even went for the map? Like with the if I went for Lightweaver's Assault here, if I drew a Lightweaver's Assault, is it enough to do damage? Probably thinking through that line and then following it up with, it's too risky of a line. I just need to kind of stay off the attack, which I would say is pretty crazy.
Well, at the reveal of memory, we did see that there were no new Luxem cards in Joel's memory. We did see the addition of a Creative Shock as well as a Liminal Guide. So, putting down 2 a few times, thinking about it.
Yeah, something else that's also pretty surprising for me is Joel is running the Chalice of Blood. It was at 21. So I'm shocked that we didn't see a Chalice of Blood come into play.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they healed off the Luxem site and brought themselves down to 18. We're going to see and uncover the plot with a Luxem site as well as a Rile the Abyss. Bringing Joel down to 15. Damage marked. And Excalibur being played against the Incandescent Reliquary.
Hitting the Reliquary. I think that the Reliquary is definitely the right call in this matchup, especially because you are going to always be above influence of the Serio. You don't really want them being able to realistically play 2 cards a turn against you and still be able to gain that influence back. You would rather it be let's go back to 1 card a turn. Let's slow it down a bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. One card a turn is about where I like my opponents to be. Ideally 0, but 1 card, I'll let you have it. See the backup charger coming out for Krios. And how many cards is Joel holding in hand here? 3, 4, looks like. Gonna go ahead and use our backup charger. Pulling out a card into memory and getting our power cell. And yeah, this turn, I believe the Tariff, there we go. Tariff was used, so you can go ahead and just try to build up our influence there that turn. back to Joel. Let's see if any new Luxem cards are revealed here. Go ahead and bring out Luxuria's map. It enters Arrested. We're gonna see.
And just the one site
Just the-
still, so no
site.
new Luxem yet.
Yeah, and we have seen those cards previous, the Turbocharge as well as the Crater Shock, and the Rile we saw last turn.
We may be seeing some spicy tech and just kind of holding it in case they kind of keep some secret, but it looks like based on this how this attack is going, we're kind of going a little, I wouldn't say desperate, but a little desperate. And we are going to see the retaliate come from the Serio here. Why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
Thieving
Let's
Cut-
get the extra 4.
Thieving Cut into the Serio, and it's going to go ahead and retaliate. But we're going to go ahead and cycle. Like you said, we're just aiming to, get our actual kill conditions. Dungeon Guide's unable to. Well, actually, once Serio was rested, it no longer had taunt, so Dungeon Guides, I believe, could have gone in, but Joel choosing to keep them up. The Portentious Tengu coming out. It is going to give us a quest counter, even though we are currently good on quest counters. And no more Terrafrain this turn. We do get our attacks free and clear. There it is. So you're going in?
Sure. Right now, it looks like we are 2 away. Or if I'm bad at math, we're 1 away from lethal. If we swing the whole
yes.
board. Well, I forgot. I even forgot about Serene. So we are 10 away from lethal.
The Serene has already been released. So actually, we are the damage is as exactly as presented. So you are
okay,
correct.
then yeah, we are even we are in a good spot.
Yeah. So you're swinging in. I believe. Okay. Yeah, I believe that the. Yeah, okay, they did not make an Arcane Blast, so they're going to go ahead for the Empower. We also have, like you said, the rest of the board swing in. So 3 from the Assassin there, 1 more from the Dungeon Guide. That should be, if we can cast Arcane Blast, the end of the game. Let's take a look. Showing the Arcane Blast without Empower. Will we see another Incapacitate? Say Juggle Knives?
We're gonna dig for it.
Yeah, we're gonna try.
Ooh, we have to play.
Reason not
Oh, no!
Ooh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Got to stay alive, but at what cost? At what cost?
Oh boy, that's tough to see. Okay, yeah, okay. We're gonna go ahead and yeah, at what cost? Indeed, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's man. We are going to 10 minutes left in the round, going into game 3.
3. So a pretty strong showing there from Krios.
That's what you want the deck to do. You want the deck to be able to apply pressure, force your opponent to have to kind of play resources that they don't normally want to play, and on top of, you take the win when your opponent just does not show you a Lightweavers.
Yeah, I think that's something that, being on one Luxem site, having that uncover, it was what, Luxem site, uncover, and Excalibur, and sort of being the only Luxem cards seen for quite a while there, definitely puts Joel in a tough spot.
Yeah, and it happens. It's one of the things why we play this game. Sometimes is, and I know Isaac talked about this before. It's on stream. It's you don't ever give up. You don't ever look at a bad matchup and be like, "This is a terrible matchup for me. I don't think I win this," and just scoop, because you never know what's going to happen. Like even if you have a 10% chance, you play it out. You see, because if you get it, you just take it. Then if your worst matchup of the day is a win, then awesome. Ride that high. Keep going.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, as we talk about with Clem here all the time, this is kind of why you're here. You're at this technically local levels event, and you're here to practice. You're here to test your deck and see what happens. So there's really no reason not to play it out till the end.
Yeah. And it's good to just be able to have this many players, and of course this pool of not only it's a lot of things people don't even think about is your local meta is a real thing. It's kind of you may have a meta where everybody in your locals plays allies. Nobody plays any of like the meta decks. So being able to come to something like this where you're gonna people from all over playing different decks, playing different brews, testing new things, it's one of those great kind of grounds you don't really get in most other kind of local level events.
Yeah, and definitely playing decks that you've seen before, but in new and different ways. Uh, I would probably, like you said, I'd probably be a little thrown off. I went, wait, was that an Uther that was just banished? What's happening? Do I need to
Makes
do I need to be worried?
the mind games are happening. It's like, what does Uther do to me? That's the question. If it's like, why is he playing Uther? The question is, what does Uther do to me? And
Yeah.
is it
Am
like
am I
what
concerned?
what
Is that good that that happened? It's difficult to say.
and
We're
is
gonna
this gonna be
see.
the first we see the cake coming out?
Oh, see the cake. Is there another cake? Can we get a repeat? Forest cake allowing Chris to draw a card. Show a dream fairy as well as a windmill engineer for another windmill engineer. That's always, I think, that's another classic wind move where you go, look at me and my 2 engineers. Windmill engineer
Listen,
swinging
you
after
don't
1.
I will never complain about that.
No, certainly not. And I think we're gonna see a classic fire move here where okay. Oh. So we just played Undying Dreams, and luckily our opponent did play an ally for us to actually target for that purpose. So
Yeah, this likely means we did not see a Ryle or we did not see a
or
creative shock
creative.
here,
Yeah,
which not not something you want to see, but does not necessarily mean it's the worst because there's a good chance that the rest of those cards could be powerhouses for this matchup.
for sure. Center level 1 coming in. Glimpsing, we're gonna leave 1 on top, 1 to the bottom. We use our prep counter with our thieving cut. Trying to take out that windmill engineer. Oh no, I take it back. We're going to go directly to face. Probably not a bad idea. Of course, with 3 cards in hand, they could always reclaim that windmill engineer, and which is exactly what they're going to do right there. So
Actually,
good
that's
read.
now
Yeah.
yeah, now that they say it, probably the in hindsight, that's probably the better call because with your opponent sitting with 3, and there it is,
There it is.
there it is.
Okay. So now we actually do see it. We're gonna, we have to think about it. Our opponent, okay, yeah, even presented one more time. Our opponent's showing us a Mordred. Oh, this is great. Like you said, what does Mordred do to me? How many attacks are they gonna have all of a sudden?
The psychological torture starts here.
What does it mean? They were willing to put a Mordred in there.
It's like, does he just like Mordred? Is that why it's in there? No, it can't be.
It can't be. It can't be. There's no way.
He's got to have it for a reason. What is it?
It makes me think of the if there's only one Mordred fan left, it's me. Tree Fairy as well as a Brisbane Trotter for that windmill engineer coming out again. And
we even got
being
Pickle
reclaimed.
Sword.
We have 2.
Pickle Sword's even being what did I just see? That's not a
Trained Hawk and Byaku's Command for the second windmill engineer. There we go. Both windmill engineers fulfilling their promise after being revealed on turn 1. Gonna go ahead and swing both in. 1-on-1. And yeah, Chris looking pretty healthy here. Go ahead and use our end trigger to banish a card. It's going to be a Byaku's Command. Not necessarily what you want to see leaving.
also not necessarily the worst to see it go. It's and this is kind of one of those lists you just can't be really too attached to a lot of your pieces. I think the only one that I might like try to keep is Serious Command, but I think the rest are kind of I can let them go from time to time.
Yeah, we are running, of course, essentially 12 cards, right? If you include Harness Lightning, Serious Command, and Byaku's Command. So, the likelihood that we see at least one of these cards that we want to push our damage turn is pretty high. And like you said, if there's another one in hand, we're not too miffed losing it. We do see, speaking of losing, we do see the Uther get hit again. In the exact same time as well to level up to level 2 Goja.
So question here is, do we start running like weird, wacky like champions in our main deck? So when we play fluffy shopkeepers, we banish them. They gotta go. Why does he have that?
I think so, right? I want people to go. I want people to say that's interesting that you're a hybrid Diana Tenoris deck, and I go, yeah, that is weird, isn't it?
Any deck I play, Slime Sylvie's going in the side or going in the main now for this reason.
Okay, yeah, great. We're gonna see that dungeon guide, very strong. So, in a reversal of the last game, it is going to be Kurios first past the finish line to level 3. Banishing that Dream Fairy, as well as I did not see the other card. Did you?
I did not miss. I saw it was tucked
Yeah,
under it, so I did not see it.
that's okay. Because that does bring us to 10 quest counters, that magical number that allows us to begin really pushing. And do you think we're going to see a repeat of the last game? Oh,
Oh,
whoa, okay.
and a Regal already coming out. Oh man.
Okay, this is exciting. So this is a Regal Inquisition. Uh, is there a response here? The incapacitate? It's pretty likely. So yeah,
Yeah,
okay, great.
there it is.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to get a Regal Inquisition, especially when your opponent has just hit level 3 and you are not. Yeah, if that had resolved, being able to take out dungeon guides and or any other Luxem cards that they saw fit to try and sort of blunt the deck prematurely. Yeah, that incap I think was huge.
Oh yeah, not well. This other big thing is for Krios here. Not even just being able to play Regal, and, like maybe get something, but now an incap is out of hand.
Ooh,
And
yes.
so, meaning when we go back to our turn, and there's a chance if that card in there is a Sirius command, this could be a better odds for an uncontested Sirius command going into Krios' next turn.
Yeah. Oh, see, a Gleaming Cut as well as a Spurn Dash. Gonna get back our Thieving Cut. With Xander 2. And placing 3 for a Rile the Abyss. Let's see here. There. Okay, so yeah, Joel, of course, like you said, looking to cycle cards. Place 3 and play our own dungeon guide. All right. Our opponent did finish the race to 3 first, but it's not too hard to catch back up when you got that dungeon guide. Go ahead and see a Scry the Skies as well as a Thieving Cut. Banished for the level up to Xander level 3. Dungeon guide taking out one of the windmill engineers. Those poor little 1/1s. But Seryu did get flipped, I believe, in response to the attack. Oh no, sorry, it was flipped previously. Oh yes, that's right.
And then we had the Regal got banished because of the we thought they thought the Regal got rid of the incap, banished it. One thing about an incap is it does not banish those cards.
Yeah, Incandescent Reliquary coming out. And looks like we have hit overtime from what I see there. There we go. Harness Lightning being played. See here.
Which,
So
if you
Joel
are
is
Krios
at
here, I think
10.
yeah, I think you send it here.
I agree. Unfortunately for you, Joel has not yet released, so there is going to be that 6 extra. Oh, okay, there we go.
There's a.
There used command.
Do we see incap number 2? Yep, there it is.
Oh, there it is. We did not see a single serious command. All 3 games actually go off.
We are seeing,
You
there
see
we go.
release.
Serene is getting popped before the hit, so reduce that damage down to 2. Essentially, that's what we're doing there. And then did he
Maybe a little
empower
bit.
with the?
I believe he did empower.
I think we, instead of going for the plus there, I think he empowered 4
With the harness
with
lightning.
the harness lightning, and then empowered on the attack, I believe. Is
3,
what
4,
happened there.
7. Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Empowering with the attack allows him to play it for free. Does bring Joel to 19.
Yep. Had to run the math in my head real quick to see. But yeah, that's where it ended up.
And yeah, I think 19, that threshold. So just like you talked about, Chalice of Blood, we didn't see it last time, but that 19 does sort of disallow Joel from picking up those extra 2 cards.
Can you Lightweavers yourself? Is that allowed?
You can.
I would do it.
You would
Is
do
we're
it?
gonna see
Yeah,
it.
of
I
course.
called
Yeah, I
it.
think so.
I called
Yeah.
it.
There we go. So we do see the Chalice of Blood. I think even more interesting to force the Lightweavers on themselves. But there you go.
I play some Grand Archive from time to time.
Only a bit. Only a bit. And that is 2 Lightweavers we see there alongside a Creative Shock. Joel going to 21, allowing him to actually banish Chalice of Blood to draw 2 cards. Being at 20 or more damage counters.
Taking the dungeon guide off the board, and
Yeah, 2 from the Lightweavers, 1 from the other, or 1 from their own dungeon guide. Creative Shock. See if we can.
oh,
do
yep.
something.
We cannot creative. We
Oh, that's right. We cannot Creative Shock. We already released. And then we're seeing and uncover the plot there.
it's so much is going on now.
So yeah, it's quite a bit. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. Double Lightweavers with 2 liminals, unfortunately, is not able to save the game there. And you know what? I'm just, I think hot take. I think it was Uther. I think Uther went ahead and
I really think it was between Uther and Mordred. I think one of those two really sealed the game in this one. I really am not sure which did more.
yeah, both
they
incredibly important cards.
Both played equally as much in this matchup, and it's very hard for me to decide.
You know, what'd be great actually is if we like cut to an interview of Joel and he was like, "I don't know what to do with that Mordred. I didn't know what to do."
Why did you play it? What's it do?
What's he do? I mean, honestly, if I saw that, I would definitely be asking my opponent, and definitely, looking at the deck list after the fact, because I have to know. The curiosity is there. But Krios, go ahead and taking it in game 3 in overtime as well.
Yeah, it was very, very, very good going into overtime, and I think that game 3 is kind of what you want to see Syria do. You just want to play your cards, go straight to 3, no breaks, and just say, all right, here's the dragon, take some damage, and that's exactly what happened in that game 3. And I don't think Krios could have asked for a better game 3 if he tried.
No, absolutely not. That does put Krios at 4-0, and so Krios, along with Kaze and Krells going forward today, congratulations to those players.
Congratulations, guys, and well played.
Yeah, well played.
And we got to see Kaze play today. We got to see Krios play as well. Didn't get to see Krells, unfortunately. That was the game that we unfortunately had to shift over from, but things happen. People have to step away. It's unfortunately something that happens. But hey, again, congratulations, guys. Very well played, especially for Krios grinding out that last game into Luxem. After game 1, I thought the writing was on the wall. I thought after game 1 that Krios was going to have a much harder time, and most likely going to, at that point, even going to game 3, I thought it was going to be in the favor. But as we said, sometimes that's why you play it out. Sometimes it's a bad draw. Sometimes your opponent may not necessarily misplay, but maybe in some case scenarios, like things will fall together for your opponent, and maybe things run right for you. Maybe you also just run hot, a high roll. You never know. So
yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's probably more the latter, right? For Joel, of course. Things just unfortunately didn't really fall into place. Sometimes even, no matter how hard you draw and filter, you're not seeing the cards that you need. And yeah, that happens, and that's okay. That's TCGs. So we live for the thrill.
that's what happens. So we do have some ending announcements, just kind of just some last things to kind of wrap up for today and let people be on their way. It's also late here in Texas, so I know we probably want to get some sleep.
It's only the fifth time we've said it, so yeah.
First thing, we're gonna go ahead and shout out if you've been watching for a while and you know Once in Love, you know Valkyrie, you know them.
No, no one, no one
you
knows.
love their content.
Unnamed.
Yeah, you may have seen them once or twice. If you love their content, they have just released their first episode of the Serene Scripture podcast. So if you get a chance, go check it out. I have something that's currently on my docket to watch as well. We also we have the link in case anybody wants to watch it. Please watch the podcast. Once in Love needs to pay some bills, so please, please join.
Watch,
so we
like,
can do that.
subscribe, all those things.
Hit that bell, hit that notification, so you can get those weekly. You can get those daily updates from their podcast.
Give Once in Love 5 stars. He does deserve it. One other thing we want to reiterate, we talked about a few regionals, but the Cake Online regional happening this Saturday, once again, 3 a.m. Central Time, and then 10 a.m. Central Summertime in Europe. A great set of casters are going ahead. It's going to be streamed here on this channel, and yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Lon and Garrett, as well as Freedom, Flan and Garrett are going to be your casters for the Cake Online Regional on Saturday.
Should be fun. Should be great. I will try to catch probably the last couple rounds. I don't think I will be up at 3 a.m. to catch it.
I already promised Clem, so I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna wake up,
put it on, and then just see what happens. Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
That's when I go to bed on the weekends. That's not when I wake up. I'll be honest.
Start it before you go to bed, like everyone else will.
True. And of course, at the very end, congratulations to our 4Os, Krios, Kaz, and Krells. The deck list will be up here pretty quickly on Fractal of Insight as well. So if you want to see some of those spicy tech that was in there, if you want to find out yourself why the spicy Mordred was in that tech, go check it out. Look over the deck list, see some of the spice that Krios had thrown in there. But I think with that, that's going to be it for us tonight. Kalcium, do you have anything else you want to close out with, or?
Yeah, I think, of course, we want to do our usual thank yous to Andy, as well as Brightwing, Once in Love, everyone who runs, helps the Yetis, etc. Our judges, our players, and our casters.
Yep. Thank you guys. Without the judges, without the staff running it, this wouldn't happen. And look on the calendar, because apparently we have willed possibly a second event of the week into existence. So keep on the lookout to that. See if that comes into fruition soon. But with that, that'll be it for us. So thank you guys again for joining. Thanks to all the staff and everything for running today. And of course, thank you guys in the chat for watching along and making this a fun night for us. So thanks, everyone, and we will catch you guys later.
All right. Bye.